Ok, hoy día encontré una persona en adulto preguntando qué significa esto. Creo que probablemente viene de un comercial de seguro, de aseguranza o de banco, probablemente. Ahora, literalmente, la traducción literal es esto. Entonces, 똑똑하게, inteligentemente, bulla. Bulla es un verbo interesante y es bulla se refiere al hecho de que haya bulla. Hay varias cosas, puede ser cualquier cosa, y esas cosas están así dispersas. Y bulla dice, vamos a juntarlo, a ponerlo todo junto aquí, en un lugar. Entonces ese es el sentido físico de este verbo. Después también está el sentido de que, por ejemplo, si gano dinero, poner monda, o puede ser otra cosa, o si colecciono, se usa a menudo para coleccionar cosas. Entonces, si tengo algo, qué sé yo, auto, digamos que soy un coleccionista de autos y compré un auto, y mi objetivo es, no sé, coleccionar, no sé, todos los autos de, de la marca de Toyota, no sé. Entonces, qué sé yo, digamos que hay como 20 modelos. Entonces, en el 2020 compramos el modelo uno. El siguiente año, todo más dinero y compramos otro. Después, pickup truck. Después, no sé, un minivan, etcétera. Entonces, así estoy coleccionando y juntando todos estos autos. Y esta acción se le diría charter o un charter. Entonces, y creo, esta línea es una línea muy típica que se usa en aseguranzas, eh, especialmente relacionada con la felicidad y todo eso. Entonces, esto es muy obviamente. La segunda oración. La segunda oración es mail, típicamente. O sea, en general hay que separarlo, pero para que haya un efecto de, ¿cómo diríamos? Visual. Y aquí hay cuatro sílabas, aquí hay cuatro sílabas, y aquí hay cinco, pero está bien. Se ve un poco más balanceado que hayan cuatro sílabas acá y cuatro sílabas acá, y es separarlo. Y ahí se quiebra ese balance. Entonces, cada día a día, Sayoganan. Sayoganan viene del Saida, Hansa. Saida es acumular. Y se refiere tanto al sentido um, abstracto de acumular, de que, no, porque estoy pensando que esto es una comercial de banco de aseguranza, siempre pienso dinero, estoy pensando en dinero, pero acumular el dinero. O también se puede referir al- a, un- a una acción física. La acción física del Saida es, es que, ¿dónde puede ser? ¿Qué puede ser? Ah, digamos que en desagüe, en un edificio, en un río, puente. Y aquí hay un desagüe. Y el, el agua usada de toda la gente que vive en el edificio, digamos que se viene para acá y se deposita aquí abajo. Entonces, digamos que hay depósitos sólidos. Onda, sería caca, no sé. Ah, ¿qué puede ser? Digamos que es tierra. Digamos que es tierra. No sé por qué habría depósito de tierra saliendo de un desagüe, pero digamos que sale el agua por acá, pero también sale tierra. Aquí está acumulando tierra y cae más tierra de a poquito. Y después de mucho tiempo tendríamos eh, como un bulto de tierra aquí, ese depósito. El hecho de que este depósito sólido se ha estado acumulando en el mismo lugar, porque siempre sigue cayendo en el mismo lugar, ahí se puede usar el verbo saida. También, bueno, saida es pasivo, no es un verbo, no es la forma activa de saida es sata. Sat- pero nadie lo usa de forma definitiva, sería como sananda. La persona lo, lo pone encima del otro y se puede usar para describir cómo una persona construye una pared con ladrillos. Entonces ponen los ladrillos uno encima del otro. Esta acción de poner los ladrillos uno encima del otro, se le diría 벽돌을 쌓는다. Poner los ladrillos, eh, poner los ladrillos. Entonces, vamos a lo de recién. eh, o sea, aquí la idea es que la felicidad, la felicidad se está acumulando. La idea visual o la imagen visual de esta expresión sería que cada día hay un desagüe, hay un desagüe, y cada día cae felicidad, se acumula aquí abajo. Y tenemos un montón de felicidad aquí acumulado. Am, ahí. Entonces, esa es la imagen visual de que una felicidad está acumulándose. Y aquí lo que está acumulándose es un futuro feliz. Es un concepto más abstracto, ¿no? Pero es algo parecido. Entonces, esto es lo que típicamente el comercial típico sería un hombre o mujer viéndose muy feliz y, no sé, qué sé yo, mira la ventana y eso indica el futuro, la esperanza del futuro. Y, y aquí tendríamos algo que representa ese producto financiero, el banco o la aseguranza, podría ser, no sé, su smartphone que muestra el dinero. Eh, ese sería el tipo comercial y aquí escribirían eso. 똑똑하게 모으자 매일매일 쌓여가는 행복한 미래. Ah, entonces, el comercial está diciendo al televidente, no malgastemos el dinero, eh, invierte o ahorra, pero probablemente no hay, la gente no hace comercial sobre ahorrar, así que probablemente es inversión. Así que dice, invierte tu dinero, no con otros productos que son no tan inteligentes como nuestro producto. Están diciendo, invierte tu dinero con nuestro producto y eso va a acumular tu dinero para que en el futuro, cuando necesites ese dinero, puedas ser feliz y estás acumulando ese dinero. Ese es el mensaje que está dando este comercial. Bueno, eso es todo. ¿Sí? una persona. ¿Por qué tenía un dibujo junto con texto? ¿Dónde está esa? Es. Ah.
The 2016 election
Mentioned precincts, of course, that can be somewhat complicated by the fact that there are many mail ballots that may not be included in that precinct level data. So how are you adjusting for all of that?
So at the precinct level, you're right. In a lot of states, the precinct data will only be the election day vote. But in some ways, that's good because when we get that model, when those data come into that model, we get a very good read on what the election day portion is. And then we can combine that with the telephone polling of absentee and early voters or the in-person early voter. In addition to that, though, some states like Texas and Florida, they release big dumps of early and absentee data either right away or early in the vote count. And so we can take a look at that as well. And so it's become more complicated over the years. When I first started doing projections in 1994, it was like 9% of the vote was early and absentee. So all the precinct models were very accurate. Now, what we have to do is kind of triangulate on what the answer is. So we'll be looking at the precinct model of election day vote. We'll be looking at the absentee vote that's reported early by these states that break it out. Some states break it out better than others. And like I said, looking at the phone polls and the early voter exit polls and really just trying to piece it together that way.
All right, so there's a lot of moving parts there. Which states are you actually expecting you could have results from on election night? And of course, I assume that you will be calling states like New York, for example, or, Kentucky when the polls close. But in terms of the states that we're all going to be watching for, competitiveness and who wins between Biden and Trump, what states might we get results from, reliable results on election night?
So you're right. The safe states we expect to have either projections of poll close, but in some states we don't have exit polls. And so if it's a safe state, we do not project a poll close. That doesn't mean necessarily that state's going to be close. It means we're just going to wait for some actual vote count data there. But there are a number of states that have really good experience counting early and mail-in vote. And depending on the margins, we should be able to make projections in those states. Now, obviously, if it's very close, we'll still have to wait for more data. But I'm thinking, states like Texas, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, those are states that we expect to count similar to in the past. Well, of course, those are also expected to have close races. So if it's a 1 or 2 point race, then yes, we'll be waiting for more data. But if we do have a few point margin, 3, 4, 5 points, then those races should be projectable. And then other states like Virginia, New Hampshire, they're expected to have lower absentee and early vote, but also as a result, we'll be expecting that they'll be counting similar to how they've counted it in the past. And then you have states that are key states that could be more problematic this year: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. These are states where the early vote and absentee will be quite a bit higher. And specifically Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, they're not going to be processing the results before Election Day like some other states. And given the big increase, we expect it'll take longer to get those results there, especially in the bigger counties. And given that they're key states and expected to be fairly close, we could be waiting quite a while for a projection in states like that.
For those slower counting states that we mentioned in the upper Midwest, when are you expecting results there?
It could be in the days following. I have no idea. Like I said before, we could be surprised and they could count sooner than we expect, but we don't know, because the one thing that helps us normally in election years is that states are pretty consistent in counting their vote, and counties are consistent in counting their vote election to election unless there's been a big rule change. And if there's a rule change, we take that into account. But pretty much we can look at past reporting in a state to see what the current reporting in this election will be. Here we don't have that option in a number of states. And so it's our expectations. We just have to be more cautious and we have to be ready for anything.
So is it fair to say that you're going into election night not expecting to call states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania by the time the night's over?
That would be my expectation. Certainly we could be surprised. The margin could be bigger than expected. The states could count faster than expected. So I wouldn't count out projections in those states, but like anything, it's hard to predict what states will do, and it's hard to predict what the exact margins will be. but we'll be looking at it very closely. And if we can make the projection on election night based on all the data we have and knowing what's out, then we'll do that. And the other part of it is, we know what we have, but if we also know what we don't have, that also may enable us to do a projection before a big chunk of some pieces of data are in. It really just depends on the circumstances.
Do you think it would be possible to project an overall winner on election night without results from Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania?
I think that would be very difficult. Again, nothing's impossible, and at the D-Desk, we're prepared for anything. But that it seems likely that if we're not able to project those, we'd have to wait on the overall. Because the way we project the president is, it really is when someone gets to 270 electoral votes. So it's not like we're modeling it and saying, well, we think one of the candidates will get there. We actually have to have the states projected, added up to the 270 in order to have a winner.
So are you going into election night then thinking that you won't project an overall winner on November 3rd or in the early hours of November 4th?
Well, like I said, I think it's a distinct possibility, but I'm not going to say never because I don't want to set that expectation. We've seen unexpected things happen before, so it's possible, but not probable.
So let's go back to the states where we might be expecting fuller results on actual election night. Say the results from Florida and Texas come in, and obviously, hypothetically, Biden were to win those two, it would seem like there's no path for President Trump to win that election. Would that still prevent you from projecting the overall winner? Or if Biden wins Texas, is that a scenario in which you could probably project an overall winner?
Well, so at the D-Desk, like I said, we only say we have a winner when we project the 270. So we're just based on the vote, the data, and the projection in specific states, adding to 270. So we would not project a winner for the presidency, but we would leave it to the pundits and to the people talking on the air to explain, here's what it means in terms of, we have projections for Biden or Trump in certain states. What does that mean for the overall outlook? And that's kind of more of an analysis rather than a projection. And so we would leave that to other people in the news division to make that analysis.
Can we dig a little deeper into exactly why states like North Carolina, Florida, Texas, or Georgia might be able to have fuller results on election night that would allow you to project them?
Yeah, really what it comes down to is states like that have already had high numbers of early voting and absentee voting in the past. So first of all, they're used to processing that data quickly. Secondly, a lot of those states allow the counties to start processing the ballots ahead of election day, so that when poll closing time hits, they're able to dump a lot of that vote in. Other states, like I mentioned, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, are not able to start processing it before election day, and so you've got these big stacks and big numbers of votes that then need to be processed. So a state that's processing for the week or two before, or as they come in, is going to get a head start on some of the states that are not allowed to do that, and it varies widely by across the country by state.
Are there particular regions or counties in those states that we could have full results for or close to full results for relatively early that will give you a good sense that maybe you and your team start to zoom in on and check out in order to get a sense of how the race is going?
I think specifically, in some of these states where we're expecting it to maybe to be a little slower, specifically, we expect the smaller counties to be able to process the vote and count the vote quicker. And so, yeah, we'll be looking at that closely by region, by county. And the other important part of the models that I didn't mention is we're comparing the precinct data and the county data to past data from recent races. So that gives us a good indication where things are changing. So we will get a sense of where things are going, even if we can't necessarily project the race because we're missing, say, Milwaukee City or some big area of the state. If something big is missing, we still may not be able to project it, but we'll have a sense on how things are looking, at least in the other part of the state that's reported.
And in, say, Florida, for example, is there one county that when you have results there, you know how the state has gone, or is that a bit of a stretch?
Yeah, that's a stretch. We don't really look at it that way. We look at everything, all different regions, all counties. the way the models work, the models stratify the states into geographic and party regions or party categories. And so really what we're looking for, instead of specific counties, is good representation within these stratifications, and then good representation of the stratifications across the state. And so there are situations where you can make a projection without certain quote-unquote important counties, depending on how the rest of the data has reported and what the margin is.
So that's something along the lines of, if you see that in Florida, Trump is overperforming his numbers in rural counties by 3 points, having already won Florida in 2016, that would look like an election that's on track to have Trump be the winner in Florida, something like that?
Right, and that comparison is very helpful. And in addition, the models really, it uses a ratio estimate to use the counties and the precincts that have reported and the past data to adjust and estimate the counties and precincts that have not reported. So it's like we're using as much data as possible to kind of adjust for areas that we don't have data from yet.
All right, so you are overseeing our elections coverage here at ABC News, overseeing the decision desk. What kinds of things are you worried about going wrong into election night? Or are you worried about, even if it's not something that goes wrong, what maybe stresses you out or keeps you up at night?
A lot of things keep me up at night, and I would say for the last number of weeks, I've woken up every night, say between 1:30 a.m. and 4 a.m. every night. And I'm thinking about something. It's often something not that important, but when you're sleeping, it kind of seems important. And so the only way I can get back to sleep is I have a notepad by my bed, and I write down what I'm thinking, so I don't have to keep thinking about it. And I'll wake up in the morning usually, and it'll be something that actually is not that important. I don't have a lot of specific things that we're worried about. One thing that we normally do, and what we did this year, is we start rehearsing, testing, and practicing really early. We normally start in August. Well, this year, because of all these changes, we started in July. So we've been testing our systems, rehearsing and practicing since July, and this has gone on into September and October, where we rehearse and practice 3 and now 4 or 5 times a week. And so I think from that standpoint, I think we're prepared for anything. The team's been practicing, we've been training, and so we have no idea what to expect. So just to give you an example, crazy things can happen. In 2012, with Hurricane Sandy out here, I lost power at my house for 2 weeks right before the election. That was unexpected. So what did I have to do? I had to go to Plan B, and I had to move into New York City into a hotel because I couldn't do anything from home with no power. We lost our T1 lines as a result of Hurricane Sandy. Those are the pipes, the data pipelines that take in the data from Edison. And so for a little bit of time there, we had no way to get the data. Luckily, that came back up, and we had backup VPN lines. But again, you just never know what crazy thing will happen. So we try to plan for every contingency in every scenario, and things will be a little harder this year with coronavirus because some members of our team will have to work remotely, just given the number of people that can be in the room. And so, so there could be technology issues and that kind of thing. But with all the practice we've been doing, we think we have enough workarounds and backup scenarios where we'll deal with the situation when it happens.
One thing that I think a lot of newsrooms have discussed is cyber vulnerability, and how even if the results are secure, that a cyber attack on the infrastructure that reports the results, ranging from Secretary of State websites to actual news organizations like ours, could cause misperceptions amongst the public that could also do damage, even if, again, the results are secure. How are you thinking about that in terms of, you're getting data in from Edison, as you mentioned, you're getting data in from the state's Secretary of States, and then, of course, ABC News and 538, we have our own cyber vulnerabilities as well. So how are you taking all of that into account?
Well, we do have really good technology teams, both at ABC News and at Edison Research, and they've kicked the tires on all this. We have different backup scenarios for our systems and for the Edison system, so multiple ways to log in if certain ways of logging in have been compromised or are problematic. And in addition to that, the way Edison gets the county vote is really a decentralized method. So in many places, what Edison does is sends actual people to the counties themselves. And so Edison is getting data directly from the counties. Now, there are some counties where we take a data feed, and there are some states where we take a data feed. But we also have the option of relying on people on the ground. And so if a Secretary of State's website is hacked or compromised or the data feed is not usable, there are still people who are able to go to the county and then phone in the results to Edison. So in that kind of a decentralized situation, we would have confidence in those results.
We've mentioned Edison a couple times here, and I just want to make sure that our listeners understand what we're talking about. What does Edison do?
Edison Research is a company that we've been using since 2003, and they collect the exit poll. They conduct the exit poll for us as well as the phone polls that I mentioned. They also count the vote for us. So what people may not realize is that there is no national organization or national government entity that counts the vote across the nation, and that's why news organizations have to tabulate the vote ourselves. And so we use Edison Research to do the vote tabulation. So when on our website or on our air, you're seeing, 62% of the expected vote in, here's the vote, that is vote that Edison is collecting for us in a timely manner, such that we're able to report the results in a timely manner. And if it weren't for that, the vote count would be a lot slower. And so Edison does all that for us. And they also, provide us with background information on the election as well. And so we rely very heavily on them each election, and they do a great job for us.
And do all networks use Edison?
The 4 networks that use Edison are ABC News, CBS, CNN, and NBC, as well as a number of subscribers across the country, in addition to Reuters and a number of local subscribers, but also other bigger internet companies as well.
Who doesn't use Edison?
So the Associated Press and Fox, they are both using AP data for this election, and I think for 2018 as well. And so those would be the 2 big ones that I'm aware of, and I'm sure there are other local ones as well.
So another, contingency that we are planning for in newsrooms around the country is how President Trump reacts to the results. He said that he thinks the results of the election must be reported on November 3rd. As we've discussed here, that's simply not how elections work, but there is some concern that the president may declare victory based on partial results or something else along those lines. Of course, we don't actually know what will happen. We can only go off of what he said. Is that something you're considering at the decision desk, and would that affect, your work at all?
No, that's not something we take into account, and it's not something we would pay attention to at the decision desk. Certainly, the news division would have be interested in that, and they'd have to decide how to report that. But at the decision desk, we're not influenced by internal pressure or communications from within the news organization, nor are we influenced or paying attention to external communications. So the only thing we're looking at is the data as it's reporting on election night, the models, and when we have confidence in it. And so people externally can say and do whatever they want, but that does not factor into how we project the races.
I want to, while I have you here on this podcast, talk a little bit about past elections. You already mentioned 2012 and dealing with Hurricane Sandy. I think going into this election night, a lot of people have the 2000 election in mind and how difficult it was to project that race, and of course, in particular, the troubles in Florida. Were you working at the decision desk back then in 2000, and what was that like?
Well, yes, I was at ABC News. I actually came to ABC News in 1999, so that was my first election working in the decision desk at ABC. I had worked decision desk previously at Voter News Service for 5 years before that. But yeah, it was an interesting election to say the least. The network and news organizations projected Gore the winner shortly before 8 o'clock. That was based on partially on exit poll data and some limited amount of precinct data that had come in. That projection had to be retracted. It looked solid at the time, and in a retrospective postmortem that was done, what we found was that the exit poll overstated Gore, and in addition, the model did not adequately take into account the absentee vote, which was more for Bush. And so one of the changes that came out of that, and that served us well in the last 20 years, is that we are a lot more cautious projecting off of the exit poll. And we are a lot more explicit as to how the absentee votes are incorporated into the models. And so as a result, in the last 20 years and the hundreds of races we've projected, we've not had a reoccurrence of that type of a situation.
Are there any other election nights that come to mind in planning for 2020 that make you think like, oh, we definitely learned some lessons there? You know, after all of these decades of projecting elections, you know, this is why I feel confident in 2020.
Nothing really sticks out from a specific year since Florida. You know, things have gone pretty smoothly, and there's nothing that sticks out as something that was unexpected. Because really what it comes down to is every state is different, and in every election, every state is different. And that's the case again this time. The states that are different might be a little different than last time, but so we don't just, you know, prepare overall. We actually have to look at and prepare for every single state. And that's what we've done in the past, and that's what we're doing this time, just based on what we expect to happen and the background research that we have.
I'm curious, I mentioned that in 2016, the initial exit poll results showed Hillary Clinton favored to win that election. At what point was it clear that those exit polls were wrong and that the result was headed in Trump's favor?
Well, I'll say, I mean, the early exit poll results had Clinton up, you know, a bit in some of those Midwest states, but those were not big leads, and those were leads definitely within the margin of error of the exit poll, and so it was within the range of, you know, anything could happen. But it wasn't until later in the night when we started projecting some of the races for Trump that Hillary Clinton was leading in earlier. You know, when the votes started coming in and we saw the small Hillary Clinton lead in the exit poll become a small Donald Trump lead in the vote count is when we kind of had a sense that things were going another way.
And the race for the Senate is also competitive this year. Do you have thoughts on, you know, when you might be able to call those races or say overall who's likely to take control of that chamber?
Yeah, it's the same thing with the presidential race, that we'll only have a projected winner in the Senate when we have enough projected Senate seats, or you know, it's exactly like the presidential race in that we're not going to say, okay, well, the Democrats have flipped these two, and so we can now project that it's likely that they'll take the Senate. We just have to wait for the number of seats. Unlike in the House, overall House, when we project that is one where we will project it based on our early counting states and what we expect to happen in later counting states. So in the House races, we don't have to get to the exact number of seats. That is more of a projection because we're dealing with a lot more House races than, for example, Senate and presidential races.
Lastly here, for our listeners that are going to be, I'm sure, watching the results come in on election night, or maybe not, maybe people who listen to this podcast aren't actually going to be paying attention on election night, although I imagine that's a very small number of people. What should viewers keep in mind? What would you advise people to think about as they're waiting for your projections from the decision desk?
Well, I would say keep in mind that, you know, anything could happen. You know, polls are, in general, pre-election polls are a good indication of what may happen. But like anything, polls are not perfect. And so I would just, before getting too far down a path of this person is going to win or that person is going to win, just really take it step by step and go where the projections lead us. And so, yeah, if a key state that Donald Trump is needing is projected for Biden, that may be a good sign for Biden. But we need to see what the other states, what happens in the other states as well. So I think just don't get locked into any one scenario is what I would say. And just wait for the projections to be made. And the other thing I'd say is if you're looking at the vote count on abcnews.com or wherever, just realize that the early vote that's coming in may be very unrepresentative of what it will be in that state. So if you see Trump or Biden ahead somewhere that's supposed to be a close race, it could be because it's just the election day vote in and Trump is doing very well there, or it could be it's just the mail-in vote and Biden's doing well there. So again, just not getting too excited about specific vote count results until there's a projection, because with the projection, we're looking to see that there's a good mix of data in. And what may be reported on election night, especially early, is likely not to be representative of how the state may turn out.
All right. Well, I think that about does it. So thank you so much, Dan, for sharing your time with us today.
All right. Thank you.
Dan Merkel is the Executive Director of Elections at ABC News. My name is Galen Druk. Tony Chow is in the virtual control room. Claire Bidigary-Curtis is on audio editing. You can get in touch by emailing us at podcasts@538.com. You can also, of course, tweet at us with any questions or comments. If you're a fan of the show, leave us a rating or a review in the Apple Podcast Store or tell someone about us. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you soon.
We are honored to be joined by Tony Blinken. He's the former Deputy Secretary of State during the Obama administration. He's a senior foreign policy advisor to Vice President Joe Biden's campaign and a just great human being. Tony, it's good to see you.
Hey, Tommy, great to be with you. Ben, great to be with you too.
Thank you again for doing this. We figured it would be great to get your take on, what a Joe Biden foreign policy would look like if he's elected president, and sort of a last chance to talk to some of our friends in the foreign policy world who are, have some questions about what the agenda would look like. So I guess first question is, there are some on the left, you see this on Twitter, which you take it for what it is, but you see some people complaining, look, the Biden campaign is rolling out a lot of endorsements from the Bush administration, other Republicans, former Republicans, and they sometimes worry, does this mean the vice president might get drawn to the right on foreign policy, right? These are some people who might be frustrated that Obama didn't prosecute CIA officials for Bush-era torture.
Mentioned precincts, of course.
I don't like 5e Fox.
What? You've told me this before.
Wow. And 5e doesn't like you.
I don't like 5e Fox.
What? You've told me this before.
Wow. And 5e doesn't like you.
Yeah, fine, then.
This is the 538 interoffice feud that listeners have been waiting for. Hello and welcome to the 538 Politics Podcast. I'm Galen Druk. Election Day is just 8 days away, and about 60 million Americans have already voted. That's 43% of all the votes cast in 2016. So could any surprises or new developments still affect the race? Today, we're going to talk about October surprises. We'll look at how late developments have or haven't shaped past elections, and also what issues are driving the final days of this campaign. We've also received a lot of questions from listeners about all kinds of aspects of the election. So we're going to sort through the mailbag and try to answer some of those questions as we get down to the final week. And here with me to do that is Editor-in-Chief Nate Silver. Hey, Nate, how's it going?
Howdy, everybody.
Also here with us, Senior Politics Writer Claire Malone. Hey, Claire.
Hey, Galen.
And Senior Politics Writer Perry Bacon Jr. Hey, Perry.
Hi, Galen.
So, 1 week left. How are people doing? How are people feeling? Are people surprised, actually, by, the fact that it doesn't feel like there's a week in every day of the news cycle right now?
I mean, I take it day by day and hour by hour. I don't I wish you could kind of fast forward.
Well,
to 9 days from now.
Wellness Nate says, take it day by day.
Take it day by day.
We got a recommendation for what we should call Nate Silver's wellness podcast. It's called 538, 5 vegetables, 3 fruits, 8 hours of sleep. Let's get into this. And first, let's define what we mean by an October surprise. So, Claire, what's an October surprise? Is it something that's manufactured, or is it just like a news development that shakes up the race? What is it?
Well, Galen, usually I think it's something that is, that's an interesting question. It can be manufactured spontaneity, so like if we take the Access Hollywood tape, it's interesting that came late in the campaign. I don't know the process of decisions that came to releasing that so late in the game, but that stuff is campaigns and people do opposition research, and so sometimes there are things like that happen. I would say the au naturel October surprise would be something like Trump, getting COVID. But October surprises are things that, to go back to the definition point, things that have the potential to change a race's dynamics, to sway people from maybe off the fence to a particular candidate, or to switch their vote. So it's something that has the potential to make an election that's been predictable or somewhat steady chaotic.
Does everyone agree? Is that our definition of an October surprise?
Well, I could give you a more cynical definition. I mean, I think October surprises are just news stories that happen in October. Sometimes they affect the polls, sometimes they do not. Often they do not. When we were doing our exercise to track historically how often there are full-width New York Times headlines, on average it happens about once a month. Now, usually they're spaced together. A big event happens, you get 4 or 5 headlines in a row, and then you go a couple of months without one, right? But it's not that uncommon. And also, by the way, there's lots of news that wouldn't rise to the level of a full-width war breaks out in the X country New York Times headline, but would still be considered a big development on the campaign trail. So look, there's a lot of crazy news, and some of it happens to happen in October, right? For the most part, polls actually do not shift all that much in the final 10 days to 2 weeks. They can. I mean, there was a significant shift in 2016, very relevantly, for example. But there are lots of years where the polling average on October 15th is just as accurate as the one on November 3rd or whenever Election Day is.
Can you put that in a little more perspective? Like, on average, how much do polls actually change between the middle of October and Election Day?
So over the final 15 days, they shift by an average of 1.8 points and a median of 1.4 points. That's not a whole lot, right? Now you can have these tails, right? I think there was a lot of stuff in, when you have a third-party candidate. So with Ross Perot, there were some shifts in the polls in 92 and 96 where it looked like Perot was not going to be viable, and therefore some of those votes went more Republican. It's not an analogous circumstance this year, right? Apart from the Perot stuff, the Comey letter actually was the biggest shift, was 2016. You would think it's getting harder. I mean, we have how many people voted now? Did you say, Galen? Like 60-some million? There'll be more by the time. Yeah. More by the time you listen to this, I'm sure. That makes it a little bit harder at the margin, because we're now at the point where enough people voted where it's not just the hardcore partisans who lined up the first day. It's probably also just people who are making a habit out of voting early, or are doing so because of the pandemic, or voting by mail because of the pandemic, right? So you probably do have some votes locked in now that, in theory could switch, but now it's too late.
So, Perry, Nate defined an October surprise just by a news event that happened in October. But from the perspective of how campaigns operate, there are branches of campaigns that do opposition research and potentially dump stories if they can in October. Is that also is that usually what we talk about when we're talking about October surprises? Like oppo dumps trying to kind of swing a campaign at the very end?
So I think that's right. It's hard to know because I assume the Access Hollywood tape may have been Oppo research, but I don't think that anyone's ever definitively said that, because they don't, campaigns, good campaigns leaks don't they leak stories out. They don't tell you, we never know how the story got out. But in 16, for example, I don't know what happened in late September versus October, but I would say the Access Hollywood tape, one. The Comey letter was sort of something that I don't think anybody could have planned for, was an October surprising event in October. And the third, I would say, was the Russian hacks of the emails of John Podesta and others came out, I'm pretty sure, in October as well. And that was a surprising news event that also got a lot of coverage. Like, if I think about this race, I would say, first of all, I think Trump's tax returns came out in late September, but I think that was something that was clearly designed to, in theory, could have changed change the results a lot. And maybe I don't know how the New York Times got the tax returns, but I can imagine somebody working in opposition research was working on that particular project. I think all the various things the New York Post did around Hunter Biden the last 2 weeks were intended to be October surprises to hurt the Biden campaign. I'm not sure they were. But I think when I look at the polling average, it looks like Biden went ahead, from like 7 to 8 points to 9 to 10 points in the period from like October 2nd to October 10th. And that period is around when I'd say there are two events. The first debate, Trump got covered pretty negatively for, and then he got COVID a few days later himself. And it looks like those are the events more that have, if I was looking for any events so far that has moved the polls late in the process, I would say not the tax returns. I think it had some debate effect, and then I think the COVID part is very important.
Although that's kind of snapped back a little bit, correct?
Like snapped back, suggesting it didn't have that long. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, which is interesting. He had a pretty, low point for a couple weeks, and now it's sort of back to its, magnetic pull.
I guess one other, event that vies for October surprise status, although, obviously she died in the middle of September, is Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And then as we speak, as we record, Amy Coney Barrett is likely to be confirmed as the next justice on the Supreme Court. Is the fact that that is not really an October surprise, or not even something that came to mind first, just evidence of how much news there is, and something that might, in other circumstances, have counted as an October surprise?
I think it's notable that it's not as seismic a news event because it sort of shows that the court is such a conservative entity now. But yeah, I don't think it really counts as such an October surprise.
Do you all agree?
It was an enormous event that I have to confess I'm a little embarrassed I didn't mention, but I think the fact that I'm kind of, it's a hugely important policy event. That said, I just see very little impact electorally or like news coverage wise. Like Trump getting COVID became like a constant news story people were following. I sort of think, oddly, like Barrett was named. I mean, Ginsburg died. We sort of immediately knew Barrett was picked. Barrett would be picked. Barrett was confirmed. The sort of news event, it's an important story that hasn't been particularly, I hate to say this, interesting. And therefore, I think it may not be being covered a lot. And I don't think people are talking about it very much. So I'm skeptical it's having, like, I even think that, like, Mike Pence's staff getting COVID and what that might mean for him will end up, being talked about more by voters than this Barrett process.
So I have one other potential October surprise that I'll proffer, which is the fact that, over the past several days, we've had some of the highest case counts of coronavirus since the pandemic began. Now, for epidemiologists, it may not be a quote-unquote surprise that we're having a third peak as people move indoors and the weather cools off, etc. But looking at past peaks, how the news has covered them, how they've moved or haven't moved voters, how have events like this, because we've already seen two peaks, shaped the race so far?
So initially, when we had the first outbreak in March, there was a little bit of a sympathy boost for Trump in the polls. But certainly ever since then, right, the period in June when we had a big kind of Memorial Day, early summer wave, that was a period where Trump was behind toward the higher end of the range in polls by 9 or 10 points. When he got COVID, that was a range where he was down by 9 or 10 points in the polls, 11 points even in some polls. So it seems like, and it makes sense. Trump's approval rating on COVID is like a net negative 17 compared to like a negative 9 or 10 for his overall numbers, right? So the more that COVID is a salient issue, and especially with Trump saying things like, quote, "The fake news media is riding COVID all the way to the election. Losers." Like that's not a very effective message, number one. And number two, it makes people more focused on COVID. Trump isn't talking about Amy Coney Barrett. He's talking about COVID. And how people are talking about too much about COVID, so they have a controversy about COVID. It's like if Hillary Clinton had sent out an email 9 days before the 2016 election saying, it's all email, email, email. Why is people talking about email on the FBI on my email server? FBI, email, email.
I'll also point out that there are upticks in the Midwest that are getting pretty bad. Wisconsin and Ohio come to mind. And also, I think just in general, we're in the middle of like stresses about distance learning, and lots of school districts are continually in flux about like, when do we do virtual learning versus when do we do in-person learning? People are kind of deep into that stuff. So I think COVID remains just like the issue of the election and how it's personally affecting you. I mean, those are Biden's most effective moments in the campaign. Cheesy as it is to always talk to camera, whenever he brought up COVID, it was kind of like, okay, well, there's the thing that Trump won't talk about or fully take ownership of.
Yeah. I mean, maybe this is an obvious answer given what we've said about how salient COVID is. But why didn't Hunter Biden's hard drive become the October surprise that the Trump campaign clearly wanted it to become?
I think because the media didn't cover it in the way that we covered other October surprises, in part because there was a ton of discomfort, including from the New York Post, who published it, about whether or not it was like how verified it had been, whether or not it was like a reliable source. So whether or not this, and also I think in general, people have been queasy to touch the Hunter Biden stuff because a lot of it feels like, Trump calling him, Trump's son calling him like a crackhead. Like there's a lot of just sort of like what feels like nasty personal attacks. But I would say like that the media, because the media was trepidatious about where did this information come from? Was this a foreign disinformation thing? Like there's been a lot of interesting media debate about whether or not we as the royal media, we should have covered it more. But I think that voters, it didn't become a huge story in part because the media across the board, including the extremely conservative New York Post, which just endorsed Donald Trump for president, was the author of the story didn't want his byline on the story, which I think says something about internal discussions about, where this information came from.
This is not necessarily a view I have, but I think that Hillary Clinton had this reputation for being not candid, quote unquote, secretive, etc. So the email thing sort of played into that. And then Comey discussing it at the end of the election kind of reinforced people's doubts about whatever they thought about Hillary. This sort of reinforced that. It's not clear, like Hunter Biden is not the candidate. So that's one problem. It's not clear that there's been any kind of one clear narrative about Biden, this negative that voters have caught on to. So I think Trump has been saying basically that Biden is too old and senile. So I guess if there was some story in which it reinforced the idea that Biden is old or senile, and the media was sort of forced to cover that, I think it could have had some impact. But this Hunter Biden story is the kind of complicated, not easy to understand thing about the candidate's son as opposed to the candidate. I don't think the ground was laid for this to work if you're the Trump campaign.
And also, we should point out that the Biden campaign, I can't remember what month that the New Yorker ran this massive profile of Hunter Biden, but it was basically like, here's all of Hunter Biden's problems with substance abuse, the sort of extremely tangled marital saga, and like this is out there, but like he didn't do anything illegal and Biden didn't do anything illegal. Okay, that was the Biden campaign strategy on this. I do think that if this were a quote unquote normal campaign, if there weren't COVID, and if Trump and Trump's family didn't have a whole host of extremely serious financial conflicts of interest, potential like abuse of office powers, then I think potentially Hunter Biden and like just maybe the Biden family in general, not that they were doing anything illegal, but this idea that that you could push a harder line about like, look at this family, like everyone's making money off the dad. What swampy creatures. Like to me, in a different, if they were Mitt Romney running against Joe Biden, yeah, that would maybe be something that like voters would pick up on. I have relatives who for a full year of the campaign have been like, Hunter Biden makes me feel like weird. Like, why is that guy like, profiting off of his father? So I think like there is a universe in which that resonates politically, but it is not this one. And like, I think, it's like, it also feels scummy because it's in the middle. Like, I don't know. It just hasn't resonated.
Even taking at face value, I mean, like Kimberly Strassel's account, Joe Biden kind of said, no, I don't want any part of this. I don't know. I mean, Republicans are just kind of playing their greatest hits and they're hoping for something, a replay of 2016, right? And they're telegraphing it too. I mean, this is kind of, Trump got impeached, although not removed from office. They're trying to dig up dirt on the Bidens, I mean, it's kind of crazy how much it was telegraphed, right? And they always telegraph all this stuff and like remove any element of surprise, and so that people in newsrooms have the conversations in advance. Okay, well, there's this thing about Hunter Biden and Ukraine and this computer repair shop, and like maybe the Wall Street Journal will publish something. Maybe they won't. How will we handle it at the New York Times or Washington Post or whatnot? But, but they're having these meta conversations about how to handle it instead of just the element of like shock when, the Comey letter dropped randomly on a Friday afternoon or whatever it was, right? I don't know if it's a Friday.
I mean, it's also worth saying that Trump urged the FBI and the Department of Justice to indict or investigate Obama and Biden on Fox Business News in an interview with Maria Bartiromo. So like those kinds of, it wasn't just, I guess, through diplomatic channels with Ukraine. It was also just on cable television for anybody to see who wanted to see it. I guess the question now is, with 8 days left, do you think we're done with October surprises? Do you think that there's something yet to come out? Opposition research from the Biden campaign or the Trump campaign? Obviously, this isn't something that you probably know in advance. Otherwise, it would probably be off the record and you couldn't share it. But what are you expecting from the final 8 days of this campaign?
So we've had so many surprises, from the president getting COVID to Ginsburg dying, that I wouldn't want to rule out there being a surprise. I do think the most live story is Mike Pence's chief of staff has COVID, and it sounds like a bunch of people around him do. So yeah. I would not rule out the idea that Mike Pence might have COVID, and even though I know that they're suggesting he doesn't, but I think that's the kind of most obvious thing to me, is somebody getting COVID who's a major candidate, who is running for office. That seems to me the fact that the cases are rising so much means that is a big potential, or somebody famous dying of COVID. Or I think that story is, I don't want to say the story, the scary thing, the pandemic happening in America right now introduces a lot of potential changes before Election Day.
I think that's right. And we should note that like on the Sunday shows, I think, was it Mark Meadows that was on?
Right. Maybe that's this October surprise, actually. Maybe that is, yes, sorry.
Well, Mark Meadows was basically pushing the line that, the White House was right to withhold information about who's infected with COVID because it's a medical privacy issue. So if it turned out that the White House were withholding the information that Mike Pence had COVID, yikes, right? But we'll see. I thought that was notable that the chief of staff was out on the Sunday shows trying to push that line.
The thing that also became a takeaway from that interview was Mark Meadows saying, quote, "We're not going to control the pandemic," and then later, "We are going to control the fact that we get vaccines, therapeutics, and other mitigations." But essentially plays into the theme that Americans already believe, with that net negative 17 approval of handling coronavirus, that the Trump administration isn't appropriately containing, mitigating the pandemic.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like, they're explicitly kind of saying we give up now.
It's also worth noting that, we don't usually talk about foreign affairs on this podcast, but Jacinda Ardern, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, just won re-election in a landslide based, at least in some part, off of dealing with the coronavirus crisis and mitigating it. And so, like, there isn't just political downside to the coronavirus, it would seem. There's political upside if the public views you as having dealt appropriately with the virus. I mean, do you think that's like a fair takeaway from this? That like the coronavirus didn't necessarily damn whatever sitting administration was in the White House right now. It is something specific to Trump.
Look, there are a lot of countries around the world that have handled COVID poorly or gotten poor results from COVID, right? With this huge second wave in Europe, with all of the Americas basically having been hit pretty hard, right? More of the world, maybe not population-wise, because Asia has a lot of population and has been comparatively more successful East Asia. But a majority of the countries in the world have fucked up on COVID, right? Including a majority of kind of peer countries to the U.S. But you don't have other leaders saying, oh, let's just give up, right? You'll have leaders saying these lockdowns are really awful, but it's an emergency, so we have to do it for a few weeks, right? You have to make a small sacrifice, Italians, and eat meals at home for a few weeks, right? Which, if you put it that way, it doesn't seem like that big a sacrifice, right? For a lockdown when you have like these very rapidly rising COVID cases. But there is messaging that is empathetic, that recognizes the scope of the crisis, that recognizes the cost of mitigation measures, that is going to probably also fund stimulus and bailouts, right? Just kind of basic empathy here and acknowledging the reality of it, right? Because when you get cases this high, what happens is that, like in New York, when we had the big outbreak in the spring, right? I knew like 10 people that got COVID, right? You start knowing people in your town who get COVID, then you kind of take that pretty seriously, right? So I don't know. It's the kind of thing that you really can't wish away.
Yeah. Any final thoughts here on October surprises or late breaking news that will define the last week of this campaign?
Spooky surprises.
I think this is a time when like a lot of people have voted. It's a little late to be sending out Oppo now. I mean, even though usually we've kind of treated the early vote as kind of a rounding error. Yeah, technically some votes get locked in, but it's kind of exaggerated because it's mostly strong partisans. I mean, this is not a rounding error anymore, right? The fact that 60 million people have already voted and will be presumably at, 80 million or something by the end of the week, that makes it tough to drop something in the final weekend. I mean, the other October mini surprise is the Biden campaign has a lot more money and is going to be running a lot more ads in battleground states, including these expensive ads during the World Series and whatnot. So, if you're trying to claw back a 6-point deficit in Pennsylvania, then being outspent on the airwaves 2-1 or 3-1 is not something you'd want in your favor.
Yeah, if you told me last year what we'd be thinking about, I would have said Joe Biden will be in Georgia the week before the election, like on a Tuesday. I would have said, that seems insane to me. Maybe Joe Biden should campaign in normal states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. But Joe Biden's in Georgia tomorrow, which is also very surprising in a sort of a broader sense of where the campaign is.
All right. Well, obviously we'll have daily podcasts for the rest of this week. So we will keep talking about, final movements in the campaign as they happen as well. But let's move on and read some of our reader mail. We have received at least hundreds, probably thousands of questions during the final weeks of this campaign. And we do try to answer some of your wonkier forecast-related questions in Model Talk, but you've also asked us a lot of great questions that don't have anything to do with coding or even necessarily statistics that are just great questions that we wanted to answer as we get down to the wire here. So we're going to dig through some of those and do our best to answer them. And I'll just say off the bat, thank you so much to everyone who is listening and engaged and curious and sending us these questions. So we'll see how many of these we can get through. The first question comes from Marcus, and it is, what state has been most competitive that you weren't expecting? And what state hasn't been quite as competitive as you thought it might be? Perry, let's start with you.
I would say Minnesota is probably the state that I was probably looking for Trump to be more competitive in. It was surprisingly close in 16. It has it's very white, fairly working, a lot of white people without college degrees. So that's probably the state I was looking to tip into the kind of Trump went there at the end of 16. I thought that would be a state that would be more competitive, and based on the polls, it isn't really that competitive. And then the states that I think are surprisingly competitive, I'd probably say Georgia and Texas looked competitive based on 2018, and then the swing we've seen toward the Democrats again this year too. So I'd probably say Ohio is the other place that I was not looking to be competitive, and Biden looks like he has a decent chance of winning there, and that's not something I expected either.
Do other people feel similar? Or are there other races that stick out as surprisingly uncompetitive or competitive?
I mean, the swings are pretty uniform. So if Biden is up by 9 points, you'd basically expect the list of states to look sort of like it is, right? I'd say in addition to Minnesota, Michigan, where Biden has often these big 8-10 point leads in polls, has not, that's a state that was almost tipping point state in 2016. And unlike Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, where Biden's polling is pretty good, but with exceptions, Michigan has kind of never really been that close to the tipping point this year. But yeah, I mean, I guess maybe I'm surprised that Iowa has been revitalized as a swing state. Some recent polling even showing Biden ahead in Iowa. But again, if you're winning nationally by 9 points, then you can be a pretty red state and you'll be 50-50 in a toss-up, 50-50 in a Democratic landslide election.
So this is a very relevant question to what we've just mentioned, and I'll throw it to Claire as the expert on Ohio. The question that we got is, why is Ohio so much redder than Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin? And I honestly don't know the answer to this. It's something that I've thought about, so I'm curious what it is.
So Ohio certainly has like a big portion of it that's Appalachian, right? So there are a lot of these white voters that I think were energized by Trump and sort of have stayed that way. Like Southern Ohio, like kind of Columbus on down, has a very like Southern tinged feel. I'm trying to think of like comparing it to Wisconsin, say like why that makes it different. But also I think that the focus that Trump put on the states and places that were sort of psychologically felt like people were making fun of them, and this is I'm thinking of like white communities, right, in these places that felt kind of put upon economically, and then from a sort of like loser point of view, like Youngstown and Cleveland certainly had that underdog mentality. I'm not giving a great answer about why that's different than other places.
Well, I mean, one reason I'd say is Philadelphia, for why Pennsylvania is more purple.
That's fair. But what about and I guess Wisconsin, which is it just that like
it has this labor progressive streak, right? I remember reading, I hope I'm getting this right, that in Wisconsin, in most states, Trump is doing better with older voters, although it's been mitigated this year. In Wisconsin, it's kind of very flat, right? Because the older people might be more in this kind of progressive lefty kind of tradition in Wisconsin. But Wisconsin is pretty rural, but like, the northern kind of rural white areas are places where Trump is doing worse than he was 4 years ago, if polls are to be believed.
I would be interested to hear what like a scholar of like whiteness would, political science and whiteness would say. But the white ethnicities in Wisconsin and Ohio might be different, right? So Wisconsin might see more like German, Scandinavian, Protestant roots, or Catholic. Like there's a different. It's like German and Scandinavian versus Ohio might have like more Scotch Irish and like Eastern European, who are more, I don't know, like actively pursued by Reagan. I don't know.
So it looks like the percentage of white voters who are identified as evangelical Protestants is 22% in Ohio, 19% in Michigan, 16% in Pennsylvania. So what I was thinking about,
so that's like Appalachian, I think.
So that might, yeah.
Ohio is also quite a bit more religious than Wisconsin. And secular whites were a group that Trump made a lot of progress with in 2016. A lot of them, Maine, for example, right? Maine is white and rural, but not very religious at all. those voters seem to be some of the biggest Trump to Biden swing voters, given that Trump is polling poorly in Maine and New Hampshire, comparably poorly in Alaska, right? It's these kind of secular, rural white areas that seem to be where the Trump Biden voters are concentrated.
All right. Well, thanks to our listener who sent that in. That was a very good question. And maybe we'll come back to this after the election when we have more data as well. Next question. Here we go. We heard a lot a few years ago about the Trump team building this amazing voter database that would dwarf anything that anybody else running against him could do. What happened to that, or will it have an impact? And so I want to broaden this question out slightly because we got a couple questions about campaign tactics. And we can address that specifically, but also the broader question is, how much do campaigns matter? Because we also heard about how the Democratic Party under Barack Obama had built this, digital strategy that was also unrivaled. So when it comes to winning elections, how much of it is this kind of work that determines the outcome?
I think it's an overrated factor. I think it's overrated because people that work for campaigns want to kind of tout themselves, right? People who are journalists, they're good sources and candid, at least after the election, maybe not during the election. And they want to kind of tell the inside mechanics that may not be as visible to the everyday voter. But I generally think, in major presidential campaign, probably makes a lot more difference, right? That AOC ran a good campaign, probably helped her win that primary a couple of years ago, right? In a House race that would be pretty off most people's radar. But I'm not sure that a presidential campaign matters that much, really.
So my sense was in 2016, after they won, Jared Kushner and Brad Parscale in particular suggested that Trump won because he used Facebook well and they had all these ads and so on. I think the evidence for that is somewhat weak. I think that the more important factors were Clinton fatigue, Comey letter, general Democratic Party fatigue, Clinton's individual, some things she did wrong, some things Trump did right in that campaign. And one point I'd make is that Parscale spent 2.5, basically 3 years bragging about how smart he was, and then when Trump got down in the polls, Trump fired Parscale from the campaign. So I think I'm skeptical that Parscale and Jared Kushner in particular have any sort of great wisdom about the campaign. Winning a campaign once does not necessarily mean that you are a campaign genius.
I think that the thing that the Trump campaign in 2016 did that was notable, and I'm not sure how much of it was a fluke that caught on or how much of it was planned, was that those rallies, which were played on TV, on cable TV over and over, which doesn't happen in 2020, did get him a lot of that, we called it earned media, so free airtime of just Trump saying crazy stuff, whether you liked it or you hated it. And it did get, that reach, combined with the fact that everyone in America it's almost like I came out of the womb knowing who Donald Trump was, right? And that had an effect. And I think that was the innovation of that campaign, was that reach that they had through the media where they didn't have to spend ad dollars. But yeah, I'm not sure that they did any sort of super refined turnout. I mean, they certainly did have a goal to reach what they called, inactive voters, people who were outside the political system. But I'm not sure how much their campaign work versus Trump's rallies being broadcast on television did that work.
Mm-hmm. Do campaigns matter is an interesting question. And I'm generally skeptical of these sort of game change style analyses of how campaigns work. I guess I would say during the primary, Trump did some innovative things, some things that the build the wall, Muslim ban, those things probably were useful tactics in 2016. I think Biden emphasizing I'm going to be a centrist in 2020 was in the primary fairly useful, I think. In the general election, if Biden wins, I think it'll be hard to ignore that. I mean, when the protests started in June and July, there was a lot of kind of centrist Democrat advice of basically you need to sort of triangulate between the protests and between the protesters and the non-protesters, and he really didn't do that. Like, he sort of spoke pretty. He talked about systemic racism a lot. He didn't sort of move. He didn't sort of go in between. I think he actually did handle the protests in a fairly interesting way. The Kamala Harris pick was probably like a no downside, all upside pick. So I think they've sort of focused on the Midwest states pretty intensely in terms of their ads. So it's like they're not, if they win, I don't think they've made a lot of mistakes. Maybe they were ahead by 6 the whole time, and that's true. I do think they've run a pretty good campaign, and Trump himself has, been made a lot of mistakes in handling COVID. I think you're talking about campaign tactics, maybe not the candidate's messages. So I'm not maybe answering the right question.
All right. So next question is from Tyler. It is, what would be your early sign that this election, 2020, will be 1, very close, or 2, a blowout for Biden? Does a state going a certain way indicate that, or anecdotal evidence like lines at polling places or exit poll data, etc.?
Certainly not anecdotal evidence of that nature. Yeah, I mean, look, when you start to see states and even counties where the complete county vote is in, and we're sure that it has mail ballots plus early ballots plus everything else, right? Then you can start to make some inferences. If you have different types of counties that represent a diverse set of different places in the U.S. and Biden's outperforming Clinton by, a net of 7 points in each one, then you could say, oh, those polls seem like they're probably about right. Biden's going to win by 8 or 9 points, right? But it's pretty binary, right? I mean, I know people are looking for certainty, and you're just not going to get it until, at the very least, large numbers of counties are finished counting, right? I don't know. I guess if even that, I was going to say, oh, well, what if the Democrats start to have more turnout in some of these states than they had in 2016, which may happen soon? Even then, it doesn't really matter because there's a big Republican turnout on election day that mitigates that. So there's just not much you can really have any type of existential certainty about until we actually get complete sets of returns.
All right, here is a fun one, I guess, or just a very hypothetical, speculative one from Colette. She asks, gut reaction on who will be the Republican nominee in 2024. This is one of those questions that we could do an entire podcast on, but just a week away from 2020, maybe we can go around in a circle and see what your priors are.
Oh, no.
Colette, don't drag us in there.
I'll take 2. I'll do Mike Pence and Tim Scott.
All right. Nate?
Nikki Haley.
All right.
Claire? I guess I'd say, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so now I guess to round out everything, I have to say like Tom Cotton or something. So Tom Cotton.
Tom Cotton. I know that Tommy C.
We just gave Colette a nice list of people who will definitely be in the primaries. How about that?
Who will definitely not, yeah, exactly. And who will definitely not win, probably. Yeah.
The next question is also a kind of theoretical one, and it comes from the UK. The question is, I'm intrigued to hear of views on how Biden can get beyond the division and go about uniting the country if he wins. I'm a Brit, by the way, so nothing to do with me, really. Just enjoy the show and interested in U.S. politics. So, if Biden were to win this election, he's campaigned heavily on this idea that, being an American is stronger than partisanship and that he can unite the country. Is that like a hope and change kind of thing that falls by the wayside as soon as policy happens, or is that something that's achievable?
I think that the country will still be very partisan even if Biden wins. I think he certainly appeals to a broader swath of Republicans. Like I'm not saying that's not true. I still think that we'll have we'll have places like Fox that will still be a poll representative of a poll of American opinion. So if this person is asking will Biden unite America in the way his campaign rhetoric says he will, and all will be well and the world will be restored fairy tale like to what it was before, there was Trump? The answer is no. Like, the answer is that he'll probably have some pretty contentious and ugly Republican opposition. Although, if he wins, probably more registered Republicans will be on his side, but you're going to get into in 2021 lots of news stories about super progressive agendas that are sneaking into Biden's moderate administration, and then you can almost see it playing out. So I don't think we're fixing a partisanship in America if Biden is elected.
So Trump has been basically 42% approve, 52% disapprove throughout his administration. So is there a path for Biden to be 52 approve, 42 disapprove, basically flip those numbers? I think there is, and I'm not predicting it'll happen, but I do think, and one sort of advantage he has is, I think I said something like this last week, but I think it's sort of true, is like, in some ways the feature of AOC, Warren, and so on, I think are going to be positioned to constantly complain that Biden is not liberal enough, which might play into the like, if he can continue to be cast as the adult in the room between the two warring factions of each party, one party trying to take us really far to the right, part of his party trying to take us really far to the left. That's, I think, the path for him to maintain public, an approval rating over 50%, is to have, even though the two parties are divided, even though the country is very polarized between the parties, but Biden has been able to make himself seem like a little bit kind of not totally with the Democrats. And I wonder if that can continue. And on some level, if I were him, I might get AOC to criticize me sharply every 10 days or so.
Yeah, Biden's whole message was, hey, I want to unify the country. So maybe voters kind of take that literally up to a point in time. But I don't know. I remember Obama won in 2008 by a margin that, frankly, is pretty similar to the margin that polls predict for Biden. We'll see if that comes true or not. It was a big event, first black president. His approval rating shot up to 73% or whatever. And then the GOP voted unanimously against a stimulus package, right? And they got whooped in the 2010 midterms. So, there's a honeymoon that may last a little bit longer if you win in a landslide and if you're running on a unity message, but probably not that much longer.
Yeah, I don't want to make this go too much longer, but I do think that, when I've been talking to people, they've been bringing up the parallels between now and 2008 a lot, because it's like crisis, figure who says he will unify, and then immediate reaction. I think there are parallels to look at in that election and this one.
All right, next question is, turnout is expected to be higher in this election, but how much overlap will there be from 2016? Will it just be an additional 10 to 20 million voters, or is the electorate significantly different this year compared to last election?
There is some evidence that younger voters are turning out in bigger numbers. Although remember, the electorate itself is getting older. The country is getting older. So yeah, I think younger voters seems to be where you'd have the biggest increase potentially. Maybe in the Sun Belt, you'd have more Hispanic and black turnout. Although remember that Trump is actually getting a larger share apparently of the Hispanic and black vote. But yeah, you'll have new people in the electorate if you have 155 million people turn out.
All right, so this next question also comes from across the pond, and is another one that we could spend a whole podcast on. But the question is, as someone who has only ever had to stroll into polling locations in England and Ireland to vote in our elections, what's with all the queues to vote, even 2 weeks before the election? Lack of polling stations, lack of staff, complicated voting procedures, or are all these just isolated cases that get coverage? So this plays into a debate kind of that has been playing out on the internet and in the media, which is how much of this is about the way we structure our elections and voting, and is this voter suppression, or is the fact that there's a 5-hour line before polls open on the first day of early voting more about record high enthusiasm and not necessarily indicative of broader suppression?
New York State, for example, gives people a lot of ways to vote. They mail everybody a ballot. They have 7 or 8 days of early voting, which I think is not enough, but is, they never had early voting before, and you can vote on election day, right? If you choose to attend early voting the first day it's open. That's the one method that I guarantee you is going to take a little bit longer. I mean, you probably would want more poll workers and a few more polling stations open, right? But you have to look at the totality of options, right? I am less bothered by long lines in Manhattan or in Georgia if they offer a lot of early voting, and at some point in that process, you'll have a shorter line, or you can vote by mail, or you can vote on election day. I'm more bothered by ways that make it hard for people to vote at all. But yeah, it is a sign of enthusiasm, I think, obviously. New York is also not known for, shall we say, highly efficient election administration.
In fact, quite the opposite.
That's quite a kind way to put it.
Yeah.
I mean, in my view, you should be able to vote in person, ideally, in less than 30 minutes. And there's not a clear reason why that's not the case. And I think that's not the case in Georgia, or as far as I can tell, in some areas of New York either. So I think it's not necessarily like it is. If we had an affirmative agenda to make it easier to vote, that probably requires more money in the voting system, more emphasis on making sure there are polling places for everybody to vote, and so on. Like if such a bill were, I have a hard time seeing the Republicans in Washington signing on to such a proposal right now. So that is the problem. But I don't think so. That is, in one way, it is a partisan problem with the Republicans. In another way, it's not. If under the current funding we have now, election administration is not very good in blue states or in red states at times. Other thing I would add is like the data suggests across the country, if you're in a heavily black or Latino area, you have to wait longer to vote, and that's in line. And I think that's across again blue states and red states. There's an inequality based on race and income about voting that should be addressed kind of in a widespread way. And it looks like we don't currently have the interest or the infrastructure to really, the interest from politicians to fix the infrastructure is not at the level I wish it was.
Yeah, and I think Perry makes a really good point, which is like some of this is partisan and racist. Like in Georgia, you can look and see tons of polling centers were shut down in the past 4 years. But, after the 2000 election, there was a big push to, okay, we need new voting machines. We want to refurbish the system. But now, 20 years later, the machines break down a ton, right? Like that's one of the reasons for long lines. It's just like poor equipment, right? So like some of this is just like not nefarious. It's just bad bureaucracy, which is a problem.
All right, so let's wrap things up with this question. And it's an important one. It is, what do you think the role of the media, including 538, would/should be in the scenario where the president refuses to concede despite clear data that he lost?
Well, I think we'd emphasize the clear data. I think there's also a flip side to this where if Trump wins, and he wins legitimately, then I think there'll be a lot of spurious accusations about stealing the election or whatnot. And they're in between cases, right? There are cases where Trump wins because a large percentage of mail ballots get thrown out or something in Pennsylvania, which is not the result of a court decision per se, but just the law about the naked ballots in Pennsylvania. So we just have to not be running around screaming and kind of provide objective analysis.
In some ways, in some ways, it's a super easy answer. Our job as the media has never changed. It is to say what the truth is, and say it clearly, and that's our job in this role. Is to do that, and you'll probably get flack from the right from the left if Trump wins, and I think it's just like it's not, in some ways it's not that complicated of an answer. It's like to tell the truth and to tell you when people are lying to you, to the best of our knowledge.
Yeah, look, if Trump does somehow steal the election, then I think 538's business becomes a little bit different. You know what I mean? We always make the disclaimer in our forecast that that this assumes there are no kind of shenanigans beyond the usual voter suppression, which is pretty significant, by the way. But like, I mean, that would be a seminal event, and we kind of are at this point now. Miguel, this might be a better thought for our last model talk or whatever, right? We kind of are at this point now where for Trump to lose something, I want to be very careful how I phrase this, right? Something has to kind of go wrong for Trump to win. Either the polling is really wrong or something about the administration of the election was wrong, right? More likely the polling. It's not that hard to make up a 6-point deficit in Pennsylvania. It's hard. It's very hard. It's not impossible. But we're kind of now getting to the point now where it seems like these latest polls are not drifting toward Trump. In fact, maybe they're drifting away from him. It's hard to say. There's got to be a really big polling error or something really weird has to happen for him to win, right? Different than 2016 where just a little marginal polling error was enough for Trump to win.
I think the importance of this question is, and for the media, I think 530 does a good job of this, but in general, I think it'll be important I think it's more likely that Trump is likely to say misleading things and question legitimate counts of the election and question legitimate calls and question legitimate facts about the election. So in some ways, the most important thing will be for the media to be factual, not both sides-ish. And that's something we've been talking about for 4 years, but it's still important. Trump, the key if you run a Twitter account for a media org is not necessarily to repeat what Trump says word for word, even if the president's words are usually important. If the words about the election, Pennsylvania has added in 20,000 new fake voters. Like, the key is not to repeat that, but to say Trump falsely accused so-and-so of making up votes. And I think that's the big role for the media here is to, can we figure out collectively or individually how to be factual first, both sides second. And I suspect that's what the reader is really asking. Here in Kentucky, for example, we had actually a bit of something where Governor Matt Bevin, the Republican, ran against Beshear, the Democrat, for governor. Bevin lost about 5,000 election night. He started making some claims about voting irregularities he would never specify. And I think the media here did a pretty clear job of saying, okay, you say there are voting irregularities. We haven't found any yet. If you bring some to us, we'll be happy to look into them, but otherwise it appears that Beshear won the most votes. And there was a clarity about saying, like, again, Claire was saying this, the key is to be factual, not, to negotiate between various critics on each side. And I think that'll be important in the next week or so.
All right. Well, that's, I think, a good place to leave things. So thank you, Nate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Claire.
Thanks, Galen.
And thank you, Perry.
Thanks, Galen.
My name is Galen Druk. Tony Chow is in the virtual control room. Claire Bidigary Curtis is on audio editing. You can get in touch by emailing us at podcasts@538.com. You can also, of course, tweet at us with any questions or comments. If you're a fan of the show, leave us a rating or a review in the Apple Podcast Store or tell someone about us. Also, remember to subscribe on YouTube. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you soon.
어. 까보.
아, 맞다. 우리도 올해 투표해야 되는데. 미국에서는 투표로 우리의 목소리를 내야 되잖아요. 아유, 편지로
맞아요.
맞아요. 그런데 투표소에 가면 안전할... 맞아요. 그런데 투표소에 가면 안전할까요? 쓰고 가야 하나? 맞아요. 그런데 투표소에 가면 안전할까요? 마스크 쓰고 가야 하나? 아, 우편 투표. 어, 와, 그러니까 어디 보자. 선거 날 전에. 주말에 한산할 때 가서 투표하면 사회적 거리두기를 지키기도 더 쉽겠네요. 그러면 투표소는 아예 문 닫아요? 아, 우편 투표. 그러면 투표소는 아예 문 닫아요? 투표소에 가면 안전할까요?
아,
맞아요.
맞다. 아, 맞다. 우리도 올해 투표해야 되는데. 미국에서는 투표로 우리의 목소리를 내야 되잖아요.
맞아요. 그런데 투표소에 가면 안전할까요? 마스크 쓰고 가야
아,
하나? 가야
아유,
하나?
아유, 편,
가야 하나?
아유, 편지로 붙이면 되는데 가긴 어딜 가요?
아, 우편 투표. 그러면 투표소는 아예 문 닫아요?
가능하면 집에서 우표,
투표소는 아예 문 닫아요?
가능하면 집에서 우편으로 하고요. 꼭 투표소에 가겠다는
와,
사람들도 할 수
그러니까
있다고
어디 보자.
하더라고요.
선거날 전에
이제는
금요일,
투표소가
토요일,
주말에도
일요일,
열어요.
월요일 보자.
고요.
얘는 선
투표소에 가,
와, 그러니까 어디 보자. 선거날 전에 금요일, 토요일, 일요일,
맞아요.
월요일,
기다리는
화요일
시간도
다 열어요?
적잖아요. 그리고
주말에 한산할
우편
때
투표
가서
용지를
투표하면 사회적
투표센터에
거리두기를
갖다 줄 수도
지키기도 더
있어요.
쉽... 토요일, 일요일,
맞아요.
월요일,
기다
전에. 와, 그러니까 어디 보자. 선거날 전에 금요일, 토요일, 일요일, 월요일, 화요일 다 열어요? 주말에 한산할 때 가서 투표하면 사회적 거리두기를 지키기도 더 쉽겠네요. 2020년 대선
맞아요. 기다리는 시간도 적잖아요. 그리고 우편 투표 용지를 투표센터에 갖다 줄 수도 있어요.
거리두기도 더 쉽겠네요.
맞아요. 기다리는 시간도 적가 주말에도 열어요.
와, 그러니까 어디 보자. 선거날 전에 금요일, 토요일, 일요일, 월요일, 화요일 다 열어요? 주말에 한산할 때 가서 투표하면 사회적 거리두기를 지키기도 더 쉽겠네요.
맞아요. 기다리는 시간도 적잖아요. 그리고 우편 투표 용지를 투표센터에 갖다 줄 수도 있어요.
2020년 대선 웹사이트 korean2020.com에서 투표 방법과 연락처 정보를 확인하세요. 선거국 한국어 문의 번호는
센터에 갖다 줄 수도 있어요.
2020년 대선 웹사이트
우편 투표 용지를 투표센터에 갖다 줄 수도 있어요.
2000
그리고 우편 투표 용지를 투표센터에 갖다 줄 수도 있어요.
2020년 대선 웹사이트 korean2020.com에서 투표 방법과 연락처 정보를 확인하세요.
에 갖다 줄 수도 있어요.
2020년 대선 웹사이트 korean2020.com에서 투표 방법과 연락처 정보를 확인하세요.
예?
있어요.
2020년 대선 웹사이트 korean2020
Caes tuto. Es dormir. Creo que los cabros chicos le dicen tuto. ¿Cuáles son los chicos cabros? ¿Cuáles? Cabros igual a cabros. That's some Chilean shit. Unoco. LM wider text to speech error have a Hispanic accent. Chilean shit. LMAO. Porque lo configure para que lea castellano. Weishi yelling. Porque lo configure para que lea castellano. Barra baja, su barra baja. When she reads your shit, she yells. Lee todos los caracteres voz flojo. She speaks normal when you write. Oh, the bot randomly assigns a different voice to each chatter.
Oh.
Escogió una voz deprimida en mi caso.
I don't know, man. The voice sounds sassy to me.
The voice sounds sassy to me.
¿Cómo es que habla el inglés también este bot?
Será el caso. Yonjo, ya me decidí en cambiarme de trabajo. Internacionalmente. En el 2022. ¿Autodeportación? Hoy. Oh my God, ¿qué le huele? Me voy a ir a Japón. No cap. SDS de 97 y... Tepe fufun, tepe fufun. Los sueldos son competitivos.
Ah,
Y no requieren japonés. En las compañías americanas. Entonces se me hace buen trato. Pero no tienen in and out. Tienen Kentucky Fried Chicken.
what?
Y si no habla, bueno, próximo.
Ah,
는 투표가 주말에도 라고 유권자 등록
Hola.
Ah, fui al baño.
Streamer.
Fui al baño, fui al baño. Tengo que hacer un video tipo Instagram y estoy tratando de ver cómo se hace.
아, 맞다.
투표 방법과 연락처
Oh. Google it? Oh.
logos. The Google Display Network can help you reach customers while they're browsing their favorite websites, showing a friend a YouTube video, checking their Gmail account, or using mobile devices and apps. Today, the Google Display Network includes more than 3 million inventory partners. This can make managing your display ads increasingly challenging and time-consuming. In this video, we'll discuss how responsive display ads
Buh.
Hola, Tina. ¿Qué pasó? Todos piensan que fuiste a dormir.
Aquí el fun.
Una ¿dónde está? A
Me fui
Mistogan.
sin funar a alguien. Necesito funar.
Una Mistogan, porque Mistogan escribió: Lina, puedes putearnos por aquí antes de mimir. Ahí está. Target. A todo esto no sé qué significa funar. Me imagino que está algo relacionado con banear.
미국에 살고 있는 우리는 웹사이트 korean2020.com에서 자세한 정보를 확인하세요. 미국에 살고 있는 우리는
korean2020.com에서 확인하세요. 우리의 한 표가 세상을 바꿉니다. 꼭 투표하세요. 힘들어하는 것을 보니 아빠입니다. 요즘 많이 어려워. 당일에 등록도 꼭 투표하세요. 코로나 바이러스 대란 때문에 저희 저는 여태 살아오면서 정치
안녕하세요. 저는 8년 재정 문제로 인해 중단되는 안녕하세요. 저는 8년간 미 해군에 안녕하세요. 저는 8년간 미
안녕.
미국의 설
Hello and welcome to the 538 Politics Podcast. I'm Galen Druk. There are 6 days until Election Day, and as we're sitting down to record this, 73 million Americans have already voted. That adds up to about 53% of all the votes cast in 2016. And today, we're going to take a closer look at who exactly is voting and how their preferences have changed or stayed the same compared with 4 years ago. After the 2016 election, a major theme was the educational divide, with non-college educated white voters swinging towards Trump and those with a college degree moving toward Clinton. We also saw a sizable gender gap. We saw lower turnout amongst Black Americans and young people compared with the 2008 and 2012 elections. We also saw other trends according to geography, class, etc. And so, are those trends that we saw in the 2016 election sticking? And what are the new trends that are emerging in 2020 that we can tell so far and maybe focused on in the aftermath of this election? So we're going to try to dig through the data and give you a picture of what the electorate looks like. And here with me to do that are senior politics writer Perry Bacon Jr. Hey, Perry.
Good to see you, Galen.
You too. Also here with us is senior writer Amelia Thompson-DeVoe. Hey, Amelia.
Hey, Galen.
And elections analyst Jeffrey Scally. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Galen.
So before we begin to draw comparisons with 2016 or earlier elections, I want to try to paint a picture of what the overall electorate looks like in 2020. So Perry, can you kick us off just in terms of the breakdown by age, race, education, even party affiliation, those kinds of things?
About a third of voters are registered Democrats, about a third are registered Republicans, and about a third are independents. But as you know, independents often lean toward one party or the other. So when you include leaners, about 49% of voters identify as Democrats, about 44% identify as Republicans. That number is pretty similar to 16, actually suggesting in 16 that some amount of people who lean Democratic generally voted for Trump. When you look at the electorate in terms of race, what you see is about 69% of voters, registered voters, are non-Hispanic white Americans. About 11% are Black, about 11% are Hispanic, and about 8% are other. So that's mostly Asian. When you look at age, about 52% of voters are age 50 or over, and about 48% are younger than age 50. So the electorate slightly leans older as opposed to younger. And in terms of degrees, about 2/3 of voters either went to high school only or went to some college but don't have a degree. That's about 65% of voters per Pew. 21% of voters, according to Pew, have a bachelor's degree, and then 15% of voters have a post-grad degree, according to Pew. So again, most voters do not have a college degree. And then finally, according to Pew, about 64% of voters are some kind of Christian, and and that's a Protestant, Catholic, that's across races, and about 36% of voters are not Christian. And most of those people are unaffiliated, but that also includes Muslims, Jewish people, and other religions as well.
And of course, what you mentioned there, Perry, are registered voters. And so what the actual electorate looks like can depend somewhat on turnout. And we are expecting higher turnout this year than we saw in 2016. We've mentioned this previously. We're expecting turnout, according to our 538 forecast, to be somewhere between 144 and 165 million this year. And that compares with 137 million in 2016. So, Amelia, who are we seeing potentially turning out in 2020 that we didn't see in 2016?
So one group that I've been watching pretty closely are young voters, and that's a group where traditionally turnout is quite low. Less than half of young voters who were eligible to vote actually did in 2016. And it looks like so far that we are heading for higher turnout among young voters. I mean, with the caveat, of course, that just because we're seeing kind of a surge of early voting among young people, we don't know how many of those people would have voted on election day. We don't know what the trends are going to look like in the next few days. So, take all of this with a grain of salt. It could change. But, what I would say is we're seeing this in the early vote, and also just in several surveys I've seen, including the survey that we recently published with Ipsos that was focusing on why Americans do and don't vote, just seeing really high levels of enthusiasm about voting from young people and a sense that this election really matters. And that's important because one of the things that we found in that survey is that, it's not totally fair to think about Americans just as kind of like voters and non-voters. Actually, most people sort of fall in between. They'll vote in some elections, they won't vote in others. Young voters tend to fall more in the category of people who just don't vote very much at all. But what our data indicated is that people are more likely to go out and cast a vote, which for young people can be quite difficult. We found that they're much more likely to report experiencing barriers to voting, like not being able to get off work, having to stand in a line, not having the right ID, than older folks. So this is not necessarily a thing that's easy for young people, and I would expect those barriers to be even more complicated in the middle of a pandemic. But, when people feel like their vote really has a chance to matter, and when they feel like the election is really important, they're more likely, I think, to kind of say, okay, I am going to stand in a 90-minute line this year because this really matters. Whereas in another year, they might sort of say, oh, I have class. I can't do this. This isn't worth it anyway. So that's a group that I am definitely going to be keeping an eye on. And I think we are seeing some signs that turnout could be higher among young folks.
One of the takeaways after 2016 that we heard about was that we didn't see black turnout at the same levels that Obama saw in 2008 and 2012. Now, that may be obvious that the excitement surrounding the first black president would increase black turnout, but we particularly saw Democratic strategists pointing to areas around Philadelphia, Detroit, Milwaukee as key to, a path to electoral college victory. Is there any indication that we're seeing higher black turnout this time around?
In a state like Pennsylvania, a state like Wisconsin, the voter file does not have information regarding race. If you're talking about a state like North Carolina or Florida, because of the Voting Rights Act, those states do have to keep track of that stuff. But because we just don't know how many election day votes there are going to be, trying to sort of parse through the early voting on top of that, I think doesn't really tell us all that much, except I think just generally saying we can say that turnout looks like it's going to be decently high, not just because we see all these early votes, which we definitely do, but because we have polling that shows people are very interested in the election. Like Amelia mentioned, they think the stakes are extremely high. In a Pew poll earlier this year, more than 80% of respondents said that who wins really matters. Whereas back in like the 2000 election, things were a lot more evenly split on whether or not the result even mattered that much. And you have Gallup with a poll that found 71% of registered voters were more enthusiastic about voting in this election than previous ones, the way that the question is asked. And that was the highest figure Gallup has ever found since they started asking this in the mid-1990s. So I think we know from those polls, plus what we're seeing in terms of the early voting returns, that people are highly engaged and that turnout's probably going to be pretty high in this election. It could be record-setting.
One thing to note about the black turnout was in 2012 in particular, black turnout was basically at the same level as white turnout. That's fairly unusual. Traditionally, white voters voted fairly, 4 or 5% higher than black voters do in terms of turnout. And so in 2012, black turnout was equal to white turnout. 2016, you had that gap again. And 2018, we actually had that gap again where you had white turnout was at a higher percentage than black turnout. So that's my expectation, is that we is that it may be the case that both black turnout is higher, and for that matter, youth turnout may be higher than 2016, but that gap may be the same, because my guess is that older voters and white voters may also turn out at even higher levels than 2016 as well. Because part of the question is not just turnout, but sort of differential turnout. Like Obama benefited a lot from black turnout, went up a lot, while white turnout really didn't in 2008 and 12.
When we're thinking about turnout, it's sort of how many people vote out of the entire group. But if that group is making up a larger and larger percentage of the potential electorate, then even if turnout doesn't go up as much, they're going to end up forming a larger share of the actual electorate. So if you're thinking about voters of color, it is very likely that more voters of color will make up a larger percentage of the overall electorate in this election than they did in 2016. And that has ramifications because those voters tend to lean more Democratic than white voters. So that on its face right there, I mean, there have been multiple analyses that sort of just took what happened in 2016 and then projected for population change and found that Hillary Clinton would have won if she was running under the current conditions because of demographic changes. Now, that's a very simplistic analysis, but nonetheless, it gets to sort of the point that if, say, 72 to 74% of the electorate last time was white, and this time it's 70 to 72%, depending on what you're looking at, exit polls or other sorts of estimates, that ends up mattering because more non-white voters are in the electorate.
All right, so that's turnout. And of course, we can speculate a bit about turnout based off of early voting and polls thus far, but we will come back to that once the ballots are counted and we have more complete data. But we do have a lot of polling about preferences and how preferences have shifted over the past 4 years. And Jeffrey, you actually kind of took a deep dive into this and looked at a whole bunch of different data from 2016 and this year and tried to paint a broader picture of how preferences have shifted. So what did you find?
Well, we looked at data from the 2016 Cooperative Congressional Election Study, which runs every 2 years, basically, and gives you a huge data set. You're talking, they interview about 60,000 people. And then I took that data and I compared it to about a month of weekly tracking surveys from Democracy Fund and UCLA Nationscape. Now, anytime you're comparing two surveys, you have to be cautious about the takeaways because they have different methodologies at the end of the day, and one was of validated voters in 2016. The other is just of voters with a very high propensity or likelihood of voting. So it's definitely not perfectly apples to apples. But I think some broad takeaways that we can say about the data, also reflecting on data from other sources that I've looked at, is that non-white voters may vote somewhat slightly more for Trump than they did 4 years ago. Whereas white voters without a college degree may vote slightly more for Biden than they did for Clinton 4 years ago. I think those are two major takeaways from what I was looking at. But what you have to remember is that because white voters are going to make up roughly 7 in 10 of every voter in the electorate, that net shift for Biden among white voters is broadly more impactful than the net shift among non-white voters for Trump, just because white voters make up a much larger share of the electorate.
So when we look at the shift amongst white voters that you mentioned, is it across all different types of white voters? Is it just white voters without a college degree? What are some of the further breakdowns amongst white voters?
Sure. One of the more interesting findings that was that came out of what I wrote was that basically the entire shift among white voters in the Nationscape data for 2020 compared to 2016 came from white women shifting toward Biden. The margin among men was more or less the same as it had been in 2016 among white men. So that is pretty notable, and I think it touches on some of what Amelia's done, talking about the gender gap and how big it is.
Yeah, I mean, the gender gap is definitely something that I've been watching, and that's, a measure that tells you basically how divided men and women are over a particular candidate. And one of the things that I've been watching for was to see if the gender gap widened, which would be a sign, as Jeff was saying, that people of one gender, women in this case, were getting more enthusiastic about Biden, less enthusiastic about Trump, and men were not moving in that direction also. Because if men are moving in that direction too, then women, might be abandoning Trump at really high levels, but the gender gap might not be enormous. And so what I've really been seeing as I've just been kind of keeping an eye on the polls is that it does look like the gender gap is quite large. It varies by racial group, it varies by other demographics, and it, of course, varies according to the poll that you're looking at. But I did an analysis of white suburban voters with two of our political scientist contributors, Meredith Conroy and Aaron Cassess, and we found a really striking gender gap between men and women, white men and women in the suburbs, with 57% of white suburban men supporting Trump and 54% of white suburban women supporting Biden. And so, that's quite striking, especially because Trump has sort of been making these appeals to voters in the suburbs. We've been hearing a lot about voters in the suburbs this time around. And right now, again, with the caveat that we'll have to see how this all looks when the election is actually over, it does look like Trump is managing to hang on to men in a lot of the places where he's really losing women.
We focus so much on college, non-college, different areas, so on. That's all important, but it looks to me, based on all these stories, is that white women of all demographics, in all areas, in all of education levels, and so on, have moved against Trump since 2016. The shift is like white women, not more than it is white college graduates, for example. I think the shift is, if Biden wins, it'll be like women, particularly, most black women already voted against Trump. So really, white women shifted against Trump is, I think, the story, and that's happening in rural areas and among non-college graduates as well. And white men have sort of stuck with Trump. And I think that the gender gap was already big, but the fact that may be the reason Trump loses.
I am curious about this educational gap. I know this is something that you've written about as well, Perry. We know that prior to the 2016 election, Republicans reliably won a majority of college-educated whites. It looks like, according to the past month of polling, Biden is winning that group by 21 points. And even, Hillary Clinton won them, but didn't win them overwhelmingly. So is that 21-point margin coming just largely from college-educated white women? Or, is that something that we can look at just across the board in maybe suburban areas, urban areas? We've seen a big shift in education.
Well, some of the data from, say, Pew Research Center, I know that white voters with a college degree have shifted a bit more toward the Democrats in terms of how they identify, whereas white voters without a college degree have shifted in the other direction, more toward Republicans. And I think the data as a whole would suggest that, in particular, white women with a college degree have definitely shifted toward the Democrats. And so my educated guess, based on that party identification data from Pew Research Center, would say that a lot of that shift among white women is probably college-educated white women more than anything. So that would seem to be the likeliest explanation, but of course we can't know with absolute certainty.
In other words, I think the education gap is not that dissimilar to 2016. It looks like, I'm looking at Pew data from 16. So Pew suggests that Hillary won white college grads by 17 points. And a Pew recent poll had Biden ahead by 21. So it's a gap, but that might purely be explained by women. It's a fairly small gap. And then Pew in 16 had Hillary, had Trump winning among white non-college grads by, it looks like, 36. And he's winning by 26 this year. So again, so in other words, Biden is doing better among white people, period. But there is still, but the Democratic Party is now winning white college grads and losing white non-college grads, and it's not that much. The education gap has not changed that much from 16 to 20.
Although that sounds like a 10-point improvement amongst actually non-college education.
Yes, I agree with that. I think that's a big one. Yeah, it's a big improvement. Yes.
Yeah, I think this is a good moment to just remind listeners and viewers that some of these estimates are going to vary from source to source, but there does seem to be agreement that among voters that are white but don't have a college degree, that Biden has eaten into Trump's advantage there to some extent. So I would say there's debate about what's happening with white voters with a college degree, whether it's sort of staying the same, maybe even shrinking slightly or growing compared to 2016. But I do think that there's some broad agreement on what's happening with white voters without a college degree, that at least to some extent, Biden has cut into Trump's advantage. And that's important because that is going to be the largest chunk of the electorate. If you break down white voters by education and then have other voting groups by race or ethnicity, white voters without a college degree are going to be the plurality of the electorate. So Biden is eating into Trump's advantage with the largest part of the electorate.
About 40% of voters will be, about 40% of voters will be white. At least 40%, maybe more, will be white voters without college degrees. Go ahead, Amelia.
Well, and I was just going to say, to throw sort of another demographic wrinkle into what is going on with white voters, one thing that I've been following is what's going on with white Christians, which is a really important group for the Republicans, because basically when you look at religious groups, like you sort of see like Christians of color and non-Christian groups and the unaffiliated all sort of strongly in the Democratic column, and then white evangelical Protestants obviously are one of the Republicans' most loyal groups, and then other white Christians, so white non-evangelical Protestants and white Catholics, also have been moving Republican in the past 10 years. And so the Republican Party, when you just look at religion, is increasingly reliant on white Christians, and Trump did very well among white Christian groups in 2016. So I'll have a story coming out about this later this week that folks should check out on the site if they're interested. But I looked at what was happening with some of those subgroups. Biden has been basically going after sort of more conservative, moderate Christians, many of them white Christians, sort of making this case that, like, no, I'm actually the candidate of faith. I'm the moral candidate. Trump is not, really a religious person that you want to vote for. And sort of trying to assess whether that's working. And what I found is basically that it doesn't seem like there's really been any erosion in Trump's support among white evangelical Protestants, which is not a surprise if you've been following their approval of the president and their strong support for the president over the past 4 years. They're just really, really in his column, and, no matter what happens, the pandemic or, the recession or any of these other things, they're still basically with him. But he has lost support, or he appears to have lost support relative to 2016 among white Catholics. And depending on the poll you look at, he's either narrowly leading among white Catholics, according to some Pew data I was looking at. I saw Biden with a very narrow lead in other polls, so I think it's not exactly clear where they are here. But Trump won white Catholics quite decisively in 2016. So the fact that they're looking like a toss-up group is not good for him. And it's especially bad news because of where they tend to live. They're overrepresented in upper Midwestern Rust Belt states. Think Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio. And it seems like they're moving away from Trump. And from the data I've looked at, it seems a lot of it has to do with his handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. They give him really bad marks on that, especially compared to white evangelical Protestants. And I think it probably doesn't hurt also that Biden is himself a white Catholic. Sort of this kind of debate like whether Biden is, the extent to which he's from like a blue collar background, but like he's sort of, I think people from that background kind of can connect with him culturally and religiously in a way that they might not have been able to with Hillary Clinton, who was also a Christian but a mainline Protestant. Whatever the factors, I certainly don't think that we can chalk up this shift among white Catholics solely or even mostly to the fact that Biden is himself a Catholic, but he does seem to be doing much better among this group than Clinton did 4 years ago.
You started to mention, Amelia, some of the reasons for the shifts that we're seeing, and we've talked about many different segments of white voters. Can we say generally why this shift has happened? Is it the coronavirus pandemic? Are there other things that we can attribute this to? A reversion to the mean of just, Trump way overperformed in 2016, and it's hard to keep those margins where they were.
I think some of this is Trump is unpopular, and that was the case before the coronavirus too. Like his approval rating, this was lower among whites, like even before the coronavirus. He was down by 6 to Joe Biden in most polls in 2019. He was down to Joe Biden in most polls before the coronavirus. I think he'd be down against Pete Buttigieg or sort of a Democrat with similar views to Biden. Because I think, my view of the electorate is that white people have shifted in some ways because the racialized nature of politics in these last 4 years has made some of the things Hillary Clinton said about Trump seem correct then. I think that the racism factor and the race factor about Trump has created a backlash that is kind of hard to get at because people don't tend to say, well, I got it wrong. The deplorables thing was maybe not totally wrong. I don't think people are going to say that, but if you really get down and talk to voters, you find that the concerns about Trump, about his manners and so on weren't there in 2016 or people overlooked them, but now they're not.
I think you could also just say simply that, the coronavirus has to be at least some part of the discussion here, because maybe it was sort of if people were concerned about the way the president behaves and some of the things he says, and then you latch onto this pandemic that has affected so many people's lives and has led to the death of over 200,000 Americans, that's difficult. And I think for people to not maybe shift attitudes or have attitudes they already had about Trump, if they sort of soured on him after the 2016 election, maybe have those attitudes more hardened. Because if President Trump was behind in the polls to begin with earlier this year, it made it more difficult for him to have an obvious path to a sort of a comeback once he had terrible ratings on the most important issue affecting Americans' lives. If polling is showing this is the thing that Americans care the most about, and basically 40% of them approve of your handling of this most serious problem that's affecting Americans' lives, then that's just kind of a fundamental problem for your electoral chances.
All right, I want to dig a little deeper into the crosstabs. Jeffrey, you mentioned when you were doing your overview of some of the shifts that you found in comparing data between 2016 and 2020, that we have seen Trump improve his lot with Black and Hispanic voters. And I think we've seen perhaps more resounding evidence that Trump has improved his lot with Hispanic voters. I know that there's a little bit more of a debate about how much he's improved his standing with Black voters. But I'm curious, to what extent we have seen this happen, to what extent the data is conflicting, if it's happening in particular regions or amongst a particular subset of voters, like younger or older voters. What's the breakdown there?
Going through the crosstabs, I think what we can say is that Trump appears to be doing slightly better among younger Black voters and among Black men. Among Black women, it's pretty similar to 2016, and among older African Americans, it's pretty similar to 2016. So if you're trying to sort of dissect where this shift, again, not that large, but slight shift is coming from, I think it sort of gets down to those two groups. And I know Perry has written about this some, so I definitely want him to talk about this. But I do know that some of this may come down to sort of Black voters, younger Black voters, not being as tied in with the Democratic Party, not as committed to the Democratic Party as older Black voters in terms of how they identify. And Black women, of course, are basically the most Democratic part of the electorate in terms of their partisan leanings. And so to see them not really move very much compared to 2016 is really not a surprise. So that, I think, is where you're maybe why we're seeing some of that.
So it looks like just looking at some Pew data too, it looks like we'll end up around 10% of black voters will vote for Trump, which is sort of where we've been for a long time. Sort of the Republican number is generally around 10. The Latino number, I've seen some 28 and some 35, and I think that, and when you get to like Florida, it's worth noting that Florida and Texas Latinos in those states tend to be more conservative than in Nevada or Arizona. So even and I would say more in Florida than in like Cubans there are more Cubans in Florida. Cubans are more conservative. So even within these groups, I think it's like hard to have a very simplistic discussion. But I think so in terms of the black part, we looked at some data from some pollsters, a polling firm called the African American Research Collaborative, and what they found was black voters over 45 tend to be very positive about the Democratic Party, the Democrats in Congress, Obama, Joe Biden, really positive about them. And black voters under 45 more skeptical of the government, more skeptical that the government's effective, more sort of disaffected from politics, disaffected from the Democratic Party, more open to the idea that, I mean, some of the questions were along the lines of, people sort of agree that Trump might be a racist, but still be open to the idea that they should vote for him to just try something different among sort of a younger crowd of black voters. So again, we're talking about small numbers here. We're talking about he might win 12% under 45 and 6% over 45 among black people. But it's interesting to note, the Latino story is interesting only because Trump has spent a lot of work and his campaign has trying to kind of build support in terms of Latinos in Florida in particular. If you think about his Cuba policy, he's been very anti-Castro regime and sort of rolled back Obama's policies that were more positive about Cuba, more soft toward Cuba. So that's where I think I'm really looking at these Florida Latino numbers, and they've kind of bounced around a lot, but if Biden ends up losing Florida, that'll be one of the more interesting stories. But I wouldn't be shocked because I think Trump has done a good job courting Latinos in Florida specifically.
Well, and I would say when we're talking about Latinos too, this is a group where it's not just that Trump has sort of made active overtures to specific parts of the Latino
Estoy tratando de
population
pensar en un
that
chiste
might be,
sobre qué tipo de latinos me quieren
enthusiastic
ser
about potentially
estos.
voting for him. This is also a group where Biden
Es
just
un lugar
hasn't
frío,
done
es un
a
lugar
great
frío, así que
job
quizás Chile.
of engaging, even Latino Democrats
Estos son
in the
vikingos.
Democratic primary. I
Vikingos
was writing
que quieren
about this
conquistar esta
months
isla.
ago, when
Están
the primary
compitiendo
was
con
sort
otro
of
clan de
moving
vikingos.
through- the primaries were moving through Western states, and Bernie Sanders was the one who had really made an investment in sort of organizing in Latino communities out west, and it really made a big difference for him. And
O quizás en el sur,
I think
¿no?
Perry is making a really important
En
point
Puerto
that
Aysén o algo así, ¿no?
Latinos are not a monolith, and that when you talk about Latino voters in places like Arizona or Nevada or California, they tend to sort of be more democratically in general, more likely to be Mexican American, and then of course Cubans and Puerto Ricans, we might see more of them on the East Coast or in Florida in particular, and they have a kind of different ideological profile. But in general, I mean, what I've seen, and the polls have bounced around a little bit on this, is sort of somewhere from like Biden underperforming Hillary Clinton a little bit among Latinos overall to, maybe running around equal with Hillary Clinton in 2016. But then, of course, Hillary Clinton didn't do as well among Latinos in 2016 as Barack Obama did in 2012. And in general, I think this is just a group that his campaign has, maybe not invested as much time in reaching. It just seems to be, especially specific Latino communities out west. Like he hasn't connected with them as well throughout this campaign. And, it does seem to be showing up as a potential weakness for him. On the other hand, one thing that I wrote about in a piece with Nathaniel Rakich last month is that the gender gap that we've seen, we've been talking about a lot among white women, that gender gap has also been opening up among Latinos. And I don't think there's anything like really special that's happening among Latinos in particular with this gender gap. Like, I don't think, they're just like, they're voters like everyone else, and we're seeing this gender gap everywhere, and we're also seeing it among Latinos. But what I've seen is, I think we could see that gender gap open up too, and many of these people, Latino folks who are sort of being more drawn to Trump, might be more likely to be men, and women moving toward Biden.
One other complicating factor in trying to get a read on their voting preferences is not only the fact that they are not a monolith, it's also that many of them speak Spanish as a first language. And so one of the challenges for pollsters and for survey organizations trying to get a read on their preferences is that if they don't have enough interviews in Spanish, or any at all, that may actually contribute to maybe getting a misreading or not a full reading of just what the attitudes are among Hispanic voters. So that's another thing I think listeners should keep in mind, is that that's just a major complication there. And that exists for other groups, say like Asian Americans as well. Obviously not a monolith at all. Not that black voters are a monolith either. I think Biden made a mistake basically saying that earlier in the campaign. But I think in terms of language, it's particularly an area I think where you can see problems if you don't have interviewers who are speaking the first language for many voters of that group. And so for Asian Americans, it's also the case. It's just that they don't form nearly as large a chunk of the electorate as, say, Hispanics do. And a lot of Hispanics speak Spanish as a first language and are probably not going to talk to an English-only interviewer.
Yeah, so I think some of the themes that I've taken away from why we've seen movement amongst voters of color is that the trends that we've already seen exist in terms of gender, and I've also even seen in terms of college education, like more Latino women graduate from college, more black women graduate from college as well. And so there is even just an educational divide as well as a gender divide that exists across the electorate. I'm curious if we have an answer as to why this is the case, why Trump kind of exaggerates this educational divide across all, segments of American life, why the gender gap is exaggerated. We can talk a lot about the shifts and movements, but I'm sure a lot of people are listening thinking, well, okay, why? Like, why is this all of this happening? And maybe sometimes it seems obvious, but we might as well try to spell it out.
I'm skeptical. So looking at the Pew data from 2016, black men 14% were for Trump, and Pew has an asterisk for black women for Trump, suggesting the number is close to zero. So in that sense, 14 is the gap. I think that I'm not sure that there's been a shift there. I mean, maybe Jeff disagrees. I think the black women don't vote for Trump. Some few black women. I don't think there's much of a shift there. Do you think? I mean, that's kind of where I would say the data is not totally clear to me that I would be. I'm hesitant to say black men like Trump because he does these three things, as opposed to saying black men are more conservative and have been for a long time.
No, I agree with that sentiment in terms of trying to figure out what exactly is motivating voters. I think we've known for a long time that men in general are more right-leaning than women. And so something about Trump may be exacerbating that divide, which goes back to a number of different things. I mean, of course, people will think about the issue of like abortion, but that actually probably isn't really what's going on there. I think what comes down to is that issues that the Democratic Party tends to poll more favorably on, such as, say, healthcare, than Republicans, and Republicans are more likely to poll better when it comes to security issues, are more likely to affect the attitudes of women. That's an issue that's important to them. And with Republicans, men may be more interested in security issues, which has been a traditional winner for the GOP. So, it's hard to peg down exactly what's the source of every single aspect of why you have some of these gaps in education or gender, but those are sorts of the reasons why you see that, or you can at least see a few of those issues being part of why those exist.
Well, I mean, what Jeff's describing is part of the reason that we have a gender gap at all. I mean, this is a trend that we've been seeing kind of unfold in American politics over several decades, where men and women are increasingly voting differently from each other. That didn't used to be the case. You can see a really clear turning point in the 1980 election when suddenly this thing called a gender gap appears. And it's because, it wasn't that like men and women were thinking exactly the same way about politics prior to 1980, but the parties sort of realigned in ways that drew women toward the Democrats and men toward the Republicans. And obviously there was a lot more going on there. There was sort of a kind of realignment away from the Democratic Party, especially among white men generally. It's a complicated issue. But one of the things that I've seen in covering the gender gap over, the past 4 or 5 years is that women in general, and there are big caveats to this because partisanship really shapes the way that people think about race and gender issues. But sort of when you compare Republican men to Republican women and Democratic men to Democratic women, women tend to just be more progressive on racial issues, or if you put it the other way, they tend to be less racist according to the metrics that political scientists use for this. They score lower in racial resentment, and the same goes for sexism. So when you have a candidate like Trump, who especially, with his immigration policy, with so many other aspects of his presidency where he's just kind of activating people's prejudices and then also people's reactions to those prejudices in so many different ways. Obviously I can't say like that is exactly why we are seeing the gender gap opening up even more, but I have to believe that that has something to do with what we're seeing, and especially with what we're seeing among Democratic women who tend to, in general, of all those groups, score the lowest on measures like gender resentment or racial resentment, that those are the people, that sort of more women are moving into that space of identifying as Democrats, and that they're the ones who are really, really strongly rejecting Trump. Like that doesn't, it seems like, it's an explanation that we can see in the data, and it also just makes sense having lived through the past 4 years.
I think that the racial attitudes point she made about is so important to what we're seeing, because I think next week we might wake up and see that, Biden looks like he's going to win sort of like a state like Wisconsin, which is very heavily white. But it's going to be hard for him to win Georgia and Texas. North Carolina going to be hard. Florida's going to be close. And the difference is those states in the Midwest have very few white evangelicals, one, and that's sort of important. The states in the South have a lot of white evangelicals. So even when you're talking about white people with college degrees, when they're also evangelical, that's a very conservative group, and that's Georgia and Texas. And the other thing is, political scientists have all these racial attitude scores, and there's a debate about how you call them. But when you ask, basically, white people in the South, I would say the polite way to say this is they're skeptical of systemic racism and solutions to it. And so when you get to a place like Georgia is very suburban and has a lot of white college graduates, but the Atlanta area is going to be, once you get outside of Atlanta itself, when these Atlanta suburbs are suburbs that were in some ways founded because of racial tension, where white people moved away from the black center of Atlanta proper. So those suburbs of Atlanta are going to be a very challenging place for Biden to win with the white voters, even the ones who have college degrees and so on, because the sort of the racial attitudes scores of those people are going to be much different than a white voter outside of like Philadelphia. And so that's kind of what I'm watching to see, is like this idea that the Democrats will win Georgia and Texas particularly, and North Carolina, requires them to sort of like run up the score with minorities, and then I think at the end of the day they have to have some high number of white college graduates who voted Republican, maybe attended evangelical church. Some number of those people have to vote for the Democratic candidate, and I'm fairly skeptical of that.
Yeah, and I think that's borne out when you look at state-by-state polling, is that Biden, yes, he's improved somewhat with white voters, but you're more likely to see that across the industrial Midwest and Northeast than you are to see that in the South. And even if Biden does manage to win a state like Texas or Georgia, he will have to improve among white voters compared to Hillary Clinton to do that. But we're not going to be seeing, massive swings among white voters toward Biden in the South. I mean, I don't think you're going to necessarily see massive swings anywhere, but I think you're more likely to see more substantial shifts among white voters in a place like Wisconsin than you are in a place like Georgia. So it's just about how much do small movements in the margins, just how big are those small movements? They'll still be small, but just how small?
Yeah, Biden's getting in Texas is among white voters, Trump 62, Biden 30. Very similar in Georgia. White voters with college degrees, Trump 54, Biden 38. White voters without college degrees in Texas, this is according to a Siena poll, Trump 69, Biden 25. Those numbers are much more narrow in Michigan and Wisconsin. And so that's kind of, it's like, in other words, like we talk about white voters with degrees, but speaking of groups that are not, not a monolith, white voters without degrees in Maine, Michigan, California, and Georgia might as well be on different planets.
Yeah, I think that's important to keep in mind. And so wrapping up here, we've talked a little bit about what we might expect coming out of next Tuesday. Are there any other, after 2016, we talked so much about this educational divide. Do you have any inklings about what sort of trends might be the lessons learned from this election before it happens?
So I think we've talked about the racial part, and there hasn't been a backlash to Trump among men, Trump did not have many black voters to lose, but he sort of kept those group. The Latino voters he had was about 30%. He's kept them. So it goes to the point that it's worth thinking about. I think sort of the assumption has been that obviously, if a person says controversial racial things, that will turn off minority voters in particular. I would argue the last 4 years suggest that
solamente tienen que eliminar al oponente. El oponente, este clan vikingo aquí azul, todavía no lo he descubierto, pero primero tengo que sobrevivir contra los monstruos de la isla para que no me maten, y número dos, tengo que matar al clan.
This is one thing I was right about, was that it's not clear that Kamala, again, sort of complicating the story, I think the pick of Kamala Harris was more of a reward to black voters for their loyalty to the Democratic Party in the past and to them helping Biden win. There's not a lot of evidence that Kamala Harris is improving Biden's performance among black people, in part because Biden was already very popular with them, which again goes to the point that you can be a white politician and be very popular among black people, and there's not necessarily a sense that a black politician will always be more popular than a white politician who also has similar views. In terms of the college gap, it looks like it's went down a little bit, and that may go to a lot of factors, but it's still really, really large. It looks like this white college, white non-college gap will be with us for a while, and is kind of this sort of, I would argue, bad for democracy gap this big, where it's like if where it's not clear to me that education should be this divider and elite, and it sort of goes to cultural attitudes, I think, as opposed to kind of policy. I think it's a bad thing. It looks like that gap is going to continue. And the one thing I'm curious about is it looks like Georgia and Texas are closer, not because of demographic trends.
Es un grupo. Tenemos unos problemas de largo plazo. El problema a largo plazo es. Sí, maté todos los monstruos se quedan en sus propios cuadrantes. Los monstruos se quedan en sus propios cuadrantes y a veces pasan uno o varios de los monstruos pasan a un cuadrante colindante para atacar. Por eso maté a todo lo que estaba por acá. Estos no me importa porque ellos no atacan. Ellos solamente se defienden. Ahora, el problema que tengo es... necesito mejorar la producción de comida. para mejorar producción de comida necesito rocas. Y ninguno de mis cuadrantes tiene rocas. Esto fue un error estratégico que hice. Así que o voy a tener que tratar de acumular rocas y ir por este o este. Creo que este sería mejor. Después de, tan pronto como pueda obtener esta roca de acá, vamos a... Oh, aquí hay más rocas. Oh. No, pero creo que este va a ser una roca más estable. El dinero.
Vas a tener que invadir donde hay rocas, si no va a ser muy lento el avance.
Sí, sí, eso es lo que está pasando. Con la roca puedo hacer un upgrade a mis fuentes de comida.
Lo bueno
Sí.
es que tienes para elegir.
Sí, o sea, siempre en los mapas grandes siempre hay para elegir, pero el timing estuvo mal. Pero menos mal que logré corregirlo un poco.
De a poco se viene la conquista mundial de los hueones.
Ajá. Puedo esta roca rápidamente para aumentar mi producción. Después vamos a usar conquistar esta roca. Cuando conquiste esta roca vamos a poder empezar a negociar con... Este es una facción enemiga bastante poderosa. Entonces tengo que cuidarme bien. Tendría que haber conquistado este para ir al... Oh, esta ruta habría sido mejor. Oh, me equivoqué. Esta era mejor. Aquí hay roca, hay dinero. Y inmediatamente conecto con agua aquí. Y ahí puedo sacar más comida. Eso fue un error, creo. Pero se puede también hacerlo en zooming para ver qué forma tienen los hueones. La forma que tienen los hueones. Estos aumentan felicidad. Estos cazan comida. Son cazadores. Son pescadores, etcétera. Ahora tengo un problema. El clan enemigo ya llegó hasta acá. Y yo ya maté a todos los monstruos que están acá. O sea, en cualquier momento el clan puede entrar por acá y atacarme. No sé por qué todavía no me ha atacado. Quizás no me encontró. Pero eso es un riesgo. Riesgo ahí. A ver, ¿dónde entro primero? ¿Se entro acá? Oh, aquí se viene el... Va a haber una erupción volcánica. Invierno. Es que la roca no caiga acá. Cae acá, me va a ser muy difícil conquistar el... También. Fue exactamente donde pensé que iba a llegar.
Terremoto, 0.
No, es erupción volcánica. ¿Qué volcán estalló? Estalla cada, no sé, como casi una vez a la hora, cada hora. Y cuando estalla, en
Son
varios
hueones de
lugares
Chile
randoms,
100% confirmado.
en cada lugar, em, caen estas rocas mágicas. Y si estas rocas mágicas, después de como 4 meses, se convierten en monstruos. Se convierten en ese tipo de monstruo. En un golem. Golem de piedra y es muy fuerte. Entonces, como todos caen al mismo tiempo y todos se convierten en golem al mismo tiempo, no tengo suficiente militar como para pelear contra todos estos golems al mismo tiempo. Entonces es crucial que, que que tan pronto como los encuentre en mi territorio, los elimine. Entonces están trabajando para que minen toda la roca antes de que se convierta en golem. Luego, si lo mino todo, no queda nada. Se convierte en golem. No, no. Sea, Voy a tener que poner una... por ahí.
Really is the white majority of those electorates is anti-Trump, but I don't know if they're anti-Republican.
Oh no.
I mean, it's always hard to kind of predict like what we're going to be surprised by a week from now. But you know, if someone knows and wants to tell me, I'd love to hear it. But the thing that I'm watching, to sort of go back to a theme that I think we've been hitting on for the entire podcast, is what that gap between men and women looks like, and if Biden does manage to pick up more support among men. Because I think, you know, when we talk about the gender gap, there's this tendency to say what's going on with women, and it's true that white women in particular, and also Latinas, seem to sort of, their movement away from Trump has been a big story. But the fact that men are staying with Trump for the most part is also a big part of the story. And I think, you know, there's been some good reporting on how, you know, Trump has this kind of, you know, like hyper masculine shtick that appeals to, you know, some more traditionalist men, and that includes some, you know, Latino men, and it also includes white men. And, you know, I think it's important to make sure that we're thinking about not just what's happening with women, but actually the gender part of the gender gap. And if Trump does manage to hang on to, you know, a significant chunk of white men, you know, how he does among Latino men, I'm going to be really curious about. That is also a really telling thing about our politics going forward. You know, just if this trend that we're seeing is men and women continuing to vote increasingly differently from each other, and to think about politics differently from each other, and to have, you know, different issue priorities, and, you know, want that the parties to be doing different things, that's a big deal. And that's something that I think we could very well be talking about, you know, not just in the aftermath of next Tuesday, but in 2022, 2024. It's not clear to me how much of that is about Trump, and how much of it is about sort of this more general realignment along party lines between men and women. And that's something I'm just really curious about. And you know, we'll have some more info on that in a week or two. So I guess we'll get back to you.
All right. Well, as Amelia mentioned, we will have much, much more data a week from now, and we will begin to unpack it for everyone and make sense of this election that essentially is ongoing as we speak. But for now, thank you, Perry, Amelia, and Jeff, for talking to me today.
Thanks, Galen.
Thanks, Galen.
Hey, thanks, Galen.
My name is Galen Druk. Tony Chow is in the virtual control room. You can get in touch by emailing us at podcasts@538.com. You can also, of course, tweet at us with any questions or comments. If you're a fan of the show, leave us a rating or a review in the Apple Podcast Store, or tell someone about us. You can also subscribe to us on YouTube. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you soon.
The 2016 election came as a shock to many news watchers.
Times Square has never been quieter right now.
The day before the election, Much of the media seemed to be convinced that a Hillary Clinton victory was imminent.
You have to say advantage Clinton as we head into these final hours, and this big national lead is why.
And while the polls indicated that she was the favored candidate,
¿Y los barcos que son aliados o enemigos?
Los barcos. Los barcos en este juego no pelean. Los barcos son simplemente barcos comerciantes. Y puedes construir un muelle y asignar a los buenos aquí que se dedican a comerciar. Quién sabe con quién comercian, pero con alguien comercian y me traen dinero. Esa es la utilidad de los barcos.
Trafica en el mercado negro LUL.
Quién sabe qué estarán haciendo.
Hueones hábiles.
Ah, ya los encontré. Ah, están aquí. Ok. Ahora, ¿cómo se dice? Si hacemos comercio con estos gigantes por un tiempo muy largo, estos gigantes se nos unen. Me dan una unidad de los gigantes. Y esa unidad es súper útil como tanker. Ah. Pantano venenoso. Con razón no se vienen para acá. El mercado se aparte. El problema con estos cuadrantes de pantanos venenosos es que si una unidad normal pasa por este pantano venenoso, se envenena. Se envenena y eh, pierde HP mientras pasa por ahí. Entonces, es difícil tanto para el atacante como para la defensa pasar por aquí porque pasan y terminan al otro lado con mucha pérdida de HP. Entonces, les cuesta hacerlo.